we need to take it further. And how best to do that other than the media?
Laura? Okay.
And defenses, as well as artificial
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very, very warm welcome to the International Cybersecurity Conference and Exhibition. On day one, I mentioned that for the duration of this conference, Namibia is your home as much as it is mine. So I'd like to greet you once again by saying, Malelepo, Inquest. Goeiemorgen. Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Et bonjour et bienvenue. As I've mentioned, today is the final day of the Namibia International Cybersecurity Conference and Exhibition 2026, the third installment, that is. I am Jemima Ndebele, and I am delighted to serve as not only your host, but your director of ceremonies, alongside my brilliant co-host, the mad genius himself, Dr. Nichelle Kershell, and it is happening right here in our beautiful capital of Windhoek. For those joining us from far and wide, we are delighted to have you be in our company, as well as those tuning in on our national broadcaster this morning. Thank you for tracking with us and being part of this very critical conversation. Over the past few days, we've not only engaged, but we have connected, as I've alluded to earlier. We have reflected, we have challenged ideas, and most importantly, we have begun to reimagine Africa's digital future and what securing that future looks like. From building awareness to strengthening resilience to bridging strategy, innovation, and cyber defense. And today, we arrive at a very critical point. Because today is about what underpins all of that. Today is about protecting the backbone of our nation. Our focus for today is national key asset protection. And that calls us to take a deeper look at the systems, the infrastructure, and the institutions that keep our economies running, our services functioning, and most of all, our people safe. And so as we step into today's engagements, I'd like for us not to ask, how do we respond? That's a very surface level question. But rather, how do we protect what matters most before it is even compromised? We saw a few years ago or recently that there was an attack, a cyber attack on a local municipality in the United States, and that led to the water resource almost being poisoned, and ultimately that would result in the demise of the whole town, of the whole city. That happened in the United States. But fortunately, their systems, their infrastructure was so cyber resilient, and they were able to intervene before it even got to the point of it being lethal. That raises a serious questions for us as Namibians, as Africans. Are we ready for such an attack? Do we have the systems, the infrastructure in place? And I'd like for us to think about that. But now it is my honor, alongside my brilliant co-host, the mad genius, Dr. Nichelle, to guide you through our program this morning. But before we proceed any further, I'd like for us to rise as we honor and begin an event of this nature that is only befitting by honoring both our national and continental roots with the singing of the national and the AU anthems. Thank you. You may take your seat. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, esteemed delegates, sponsors, partners, exhibitors, members of the media, our viewers watching this morning, joining us live on NBC, and all protocol observed. Good morning once more, and welcome. Just a few house guidelines before we officially kick off our program. I'd like to ask that we place our mobile devices on silent, just so that we afford the necessary respect to our speakers this morning, and that we maintain focus on our program. We are also working within very structured time, and I'm very strict on time. I went to a German school, so you must know. We stick to time, and so I'd like to ask that our speakers kindly cooperate with us in this regard. As for our restroom facilities, they are on my left-hand side. That is your right. As you go out left, up the stairs, another left, and you'll find the lavatories. In the unlikely event of an emergency, we do have medics on site in the Lapa area. And please take note that when we do have breakaway sessions and that will be running concurrently with the programs on stage, that they will be happening in the Lapa area as well. Should you require any assistance at any point of our program today, we have eager volunteers on the ground, ready and happy to assist you. Alternatively, you could also talk to myself or Dr. Nichelle, provided we are not on stage. With that said, we are now ready to engage, ready to interrogate, and ready to strengthen the very foundation of securing our digital future. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now move into a moment that sits at the very heart of today's conversation, and that is our keynote address. Because if there's one thing that has become undeniably clear over the past few days, it is that cybersecurity is not about systems. We've emphasized that, and I think we've done well in driving that point home. It's about people. And I'd like for us to just, yesterday there was a slide on our digital screens here, and it said, think before you click. I'd like for that to be the call to action for this entire conference. Can you say it after me? Think before you? Awesome. Think before you? Wonderful. Cybersecurity is about safeguarding the very infrastructure that sustains not only our economies, but our industries and our everyday lives. And there are a few sectors where this responsibility is more critical than ever, and those include our energy, oil and gas, and maritime operations, because those are the very arteries through which nations function. Our keynote speaker this morning brings with him a perspective that is shaped by the intersection of global expertise and real-world experience and application. He is a seasoned cybersecurity architect with experience spanning both the public and the private sectors, and I'm delighted to see that we have representatives from both the public and the private sector present this morning. But he does so in the United Kingdom and beyond, and he's brought with him all the way from the UK the contributions that he has made on national scale systems, including his work with the National Health Service digital team, and he continues to play a pivotal role in strengthening digital resilience across critical industries. Today, through his work at Olister Integrated Services, a firm deeply embedded in the oil and gas sector, energy and maritime sectors across Africa, he's helping organizations navigate complex, high-stakes environments where cybersecurity is not optional. It is essential. And it was unfortunate to see that yesterday when we asked by show of hands how many of us have integrated and have dedicated cybersecurity teams, that there were only a few hands lifted. It is not optional. And the day and in the world that we live, it is essential. It is as essential as having an HR manager at this point. But getting back to our speaker this morning, his work is a reminder that when we speak about protecting infrastructure, we're not talking in theory. We're speaking about protecting economies. We're speaking about the protection of our livelihoods. We're speaking about the protection of our nations. Ladies and gentlemen, please do help me in welcoming with a warm Namibian cybersecurity round of applause, the man who is helping us shape what defines and helping us care and protect what matters most, Mr. Yemi Eniade.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here this morning once again, and I count this a great privilege to be amongst great people, sharing mandatory knowledge in cybersecurity. And we are looking into protecting the critical national infrastructure, CNI, this morning. And I've been told I only have about 30 minutes, so I will race through. Please permit me. Can we have a slide on, please? So we are looking into national asset infrastructure protection, and we are enhancing the critical national infrastructure by security frameworks and governance. Frameworks and governance. Please keep those two in your heart. Because of time, I would like to jump to slide 5, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. So we quickly be looking into how we protect the critical national infrastructure. And these are the methods amongst many that we want to look into this morning. Like the MC rightly said, critical national infrastructure is very, very important. Think about airport, the oil grid, the national grid, the power grid, think about hospitals, think about even our security institutions, intelligence, and so on and so forth. So you will agree with me that this is very, very important for every one of us here in the building. So we need to look into our national infrastructure. Think about railway. By privilege, I've worked in some projects in Europe. My first project around the railway was at Tremaya in Spain. It was so fascinating and unbelievable how cybersecurity is very important. Normally, you think it's just the SCADA, the roller coaster, and so on, and the power. But until you actually dive deep, you appreciate cybersecurity. So we are looking into some method this morning how to protect our CNIs. So we look into secure by design. Because I'm an architect, I'm a security architect, so permit me that I'm going to start with what I love to do. Because when I see any security design, any solutions, my first question is, what method, what framework are you using? So one of the key ones that I basically profess and also I look into is a secure by design. And also by privilege. I worked with the Ministry of Defense in UK, so you must understand where I'm coming from, and also formerly a naval officer. So security is part and parcel of my life. So secure by design is one of the key things that I look into for CNI. And the action is basically to build security into infrastructure from inception. You don't wait till the end. I've seen this happen oftentimes, that people actually deploy security solutions after they've already built a solution or a system. So security must be from the beginning to the end, not even in the middle, because sometimes, because of tools, people will tell you, oh, we are deploying using continuous integration, continuous delivery, we meet in the middle. No, it should be from the beginning, even to the deployment. Also, we look into secure configurations. We're talking about airport. The MC talk about, I think, a national infrastructure in America, where maybe a dam, but I heard about a power station, power grid in America that actually shut down from Iran. Imagine from Iran, they shut down a power grid in America. Unbelievable. But it happened, for real. So we are looking into all this morning. And also, we look into the least privileged access. I'll be rushing to, please permit me because of time. We don't want everybody to have access into some of the systems of infrastructure. For instance, I wouldn't say because I belong to Namibia Cybersecurity Group, I should have access to everything. It's to be controlled. So that's where the least privileged principle or access comes into play. So basically, it eliminates misconfiguration issues and also top vulnerability in Namibia. Permit me, I'm using Namibia as my reference this morning. So how do we do that? Few things we are considering this morning, frameworks. We were here last night where doctors and other panelists were discussing about various issues around security. Frameworks were mentioned, and one of them I will start with this morning is NIST. NIST is from America. You know America, they are big in technology, but it's widely accepted worldwide. So I use NIST every day because NIST actually stands with 5 pillars. And one of the key things that you look into NIST is not just using the pillar. Even as NIST has 5 pillars, governance has been added. As of 2 years ago, governance has been added to the pillars of NIST. So it's very, 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 very important. Also, we are going to be looking at because part of the pillars of NIST I've listed here. So number 1 is identify. So basically you identify the issue, basically in terms of the gaps. So number 2 is a protect, and you detect. And I'm so happy that we have a Kaspersky in this forum, where they are one of the lead. I'm not trying to sell them, by the way, but because I've used them before. I told the chairman. So Kaspersky, one of the good and one of the best, SIM and also detecting tool around the world. So you look into respond. How do you respond? One thing I want us to understand is we don't wait till incidents happen. Please, you must be proactive. You must have your incident response plan, and not just having that. You have to test them. You don't wait, because from the military, we do simulations. We simulate that we are going to war. We do that every month. So we don't wait till war comes. So these are the things that I want us to basically imbibe into providing security into our day-to-day activities. And also recovery. How do you recover? So you look into backup. If I ask everyone here now that you have your files, you have your details on your phone, how do you recover if you lose your data? Do you have a backup? So think about it. Also, we look into NICSC style approach. Permit me, I'm from the UK, so we rely so much on this. There's a standard by the government. All your security solutions, especially if you are working on government projects, you have to follow the NICSC standard. There's no two ways. You must. So, and basically, it controls the key controls, basically, is around the Cyber Assessment Framework, CAF, for CNI sectors. And again, secure by design, procurement policy, which basically baseline the security standards. And for Namibia, it will be advised that they develop a CNI security framework, CAF-like. And also, these are the areas that basically are mapped out. That's energy, like the MC said, transport, telcos, banking, even research institutions. So another solution that we are going to look into to protect the CNI is the protective monitoring. This is very, very important because we need to make sure that we monitor. Monitoring cannot be overemphasized because currently the gaps that have been seen is limited real-time monitoring across infrastructure. We discussed this yesterday, and I believe the legislative arm will look into this. And the solution basically is to implement national protective monitoring capability and a centralized SOC. I was discussing with the chairman yesterday. SOC is very, very, very important. That's Security Operations Center. And also for continuous monitoring via SIM. That's for the Security Incident Event Management tool. We have loads of them. And the network sensors, the list goes on. And the outcome is basically to early detection. We want to detect as soon as possible, basically to curtail or to mitigate the spread. And we know now we're in a world where ransomware is very, very huge. You have the active persistent threat APTs, and also we have intrusions, and even insider threats. One of the key things in cybersecurity that we often overlook is the insider threat. Somebody might be grumbled. Maybe he or she is not promoted at work. We want to damage the business. So how do you mitigate or manage or monitor such? People might have left a workplace. It happens. So don't think that this is maybe in Africa. No, even it happened in the Western world where people have left a workplace for 2 months. They were not removed from the Active Directory, even from the email list of the company. So it happens. I've worked in bank and well, not every sector, major sectors in the UK, I've seen it happen. Somebody has gone for 40 days, still receiving email, not being deactivated. So these are the things that we need to look into. Policy and regulation reform. I wouldn't want to dwell on this. We talked so much on that, and the experts, the doctors have looked into that yesterday. But it's worth looking into as well. Capacity building. This is one area that I want us to look into, especially in our domain in Africa. We need to build a capacity. Like the MC said, I can bring in tools here today, AI tools. If the personnel, they don't understand how to use it, there are gaps. I've seen where people were given tools and they were struggling to actually work with it. So, and because the capacity building, we're not looking into critically. And the solution basically, the problem is skills shortage, limiting defense capability. And the solution, basically, if you can implement this, is for national cybersecurity training programs, public-private partnership. We can't emphasize on that. We have our partners here, and I believe they are listening. They will be willing to partner with us in Namibia, and also retention strategies for skilled professionals. I spoke to a young lady yesterday. She told me she's already CE Plus certified, Cyber Essentials. I told her, believe me, you are the big thing, next big thing, because this is very, very critical in UK. You have to be certified. You have to be knowledgeable to be able to handle some security issues. Threat intelligence and collaboration. This is very, very key as well, because when we are monitoring any issues or any cybersecurity related event, we need to have a very good threat intel to be able to understand the source, the target, and the level where the issues are. And basically, we are having gaps, not only here in Namibia, by the way, please permit me to say this, is across the globe. I know how job recruiters chase me every day, chase people every day, especially in this area. And if we can bridge the gap, basically it will not only improve the cybersecurity status, but also strengthen the nation. The regional cooperation with maybe AfriSat, SADC, we should be looking to, and also information sharing platforms. We need to share information. For instance, the United Kingdom and the Europe bodies, they work together to share intels on related cyber issues. And also, real-time threat intelligence feed, like I said, not want real-time so that we can monitor quickly because it has to be dealt with. SLA is very important. That's for service level agreement. For instance, if there's an attack, how do you respond within 10 minutes? So these are the key things that we should look into. And also cross-section coordination. So basically, I just put this table together. You look at it, for instance, from the architecture, what is the solution that you're looking into as an architect. You look into secure by design. From the governance perspective, you make sure your framework is top-notch. Operations, you follow the NICSC or any related frameworks as well. And for monitoring, you deploy your protective monitoring tool, Security Operations Center and SIM. And for policy, you look into your cyber laws, which I'm so glad that is being talked about and will be looked into on regulation. And most importantly, people. Like the MC said, the people cannot be treated to the bottom cadre. Pardon me that I put it the last one, but it's very, very important. Skills development. So this is the strategic recommendation. That's for me. So basically, I will advise the establishment of national cybersecurity strategy for the CNI to build a central SOC under Namibia CSRT. And also, one thing that I also preach is zero trust. Again, I said, the fact that you know me, the fact that I'm verified, there should be limits. Even, for instance, let me give you an example. In UK, if you are working for Ministry of Defense, for you to even come into the environment, there's something they call MODNet, Ministry of Defense Network. You go through JSP 604 and 441 and so on and so forth. Even if you are a supplier that they have known for years, the BT, British Telecoms, they have to go through these policies and frameworks so that to make sure that everyone is basically controlled. Basically, when you're having access, you must be seen. Whatever you're doing, it will be monitored. And also, we enforce secure by design procurement policies. Also, cyber law should be implemented, and we invest in capacity building. Again, and we look into how we strengthen the regional cyber defense collaboration. And finally, so these are the takeaways. So for the critical national infrastructure gaps should be driven by legacy systems. Okay? And the legacy system must be reviewed because legacy systems sometimes might have some issues. I've seen it where I used to work for NATO. They have to overhaul all the systems because they are old and they are not actually conforming to current solutions that they want to deploy. And this will only bring about also weak policy and a limited capability. And how do we close the gaps? Secure by design, built in security. Like I said, secure by design is about thinking security from the beginning, not at the end or the middle. And also, we look into some frameworks. NIST, I'm going to preach NIST because it's widely accepted, which basically look into the operational structure. And NCNC, and this will look into the governance and the assurance. And last but not the least, protective monitoring, real-time defense. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Enade, thank you so much for that very comprehensive presentation and keynote to set the tone for today's National Key Asset Protection. Could we give him a round of applause, please? Unfortunately, in the interest of time, we will not be taking questions today unless it's in the panel discussion part of our program, which we will be heading into shortly. But there's something that stood out from what Ms. Nadia said in it, is that we need to build security into the infrastructure from inception and not after development. And I think that emphasizes the fact that we should not treat security and defense systems as an afterthought, because that results in a more reactive response than a proactive response. And in securing Africa's digital future, we need to be proactive in our responses, and that starts by building security into the infrastructure from inception. Thank you so much, Mr. Yemi. To lead us into our panel discussion and to introduce our moderator, I'd like to hand over to my co-host, Dr. Nish, our mad genius in the house, as he'll welcome and introduce our panel for this morning. Could we give him a round of applause, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, AI personas, cybersecurity, digital fakes in the audience, welcome. Thank you so much from my esteemed co-host for the introduction. I trust you are all energized for the crowning day of our Namibia International Cybersecurity Conference. You know, through these 3 days, I've been inspired. We've had different themes. We've had a lot of information. I do acknowledge that such a high and a massive volume of information can be daunting, but there is a lot which has been shared with a purpose, and that purpose is for you to extricate, to extract, to understand, and to take back what speaks to you in your capacity as future leaders, as experts within the industry. On that note, I want to also thank our keynote speech and speaker, the content thereof definitely setting the tone for an amazing view as to how do we protect our critical infrastructure. Good people, critical infrastructure. In a geopolitical landscape, that is one of the most vulnerable areas within any region. And for us to be cognitive of it is one of the most imperative points for a cybersecurity strategy. I love the fact that we talked about trust. When do we trust? When do we talk about zero trust? When do we talk about trust but verify? Now, all of these escalated variables, all of these dynamic architectures which speak to an international and then moving to a national unified cyber directorate with capability, with nurturing talent, this is inspiring. Take note, take heed. I'm inspired, and I'm looking forward to what Namibia is going to charter next from our dialogue here. I now have the amazing privilege of taking this conversation and moving from insight into an actual panel dialogue, an amazing one at that. As we have seen, the future of cybersecurity, of AI, of digital resilience is not shaped just in isolation. It's shaped in unity even in the digital landscape. So dialogue, challenging that dialogue, and shared perspective is where we are going to explore in this particular panel discussion. Guiding us through this next discussion is a young leader who is actively shaping Namibia's AI journey. I have a soft spot for AI as well. I do not believe that AI will replace people, but I do believe people who use AI will replace people who don't use AI. Take note. With a master's in artificial intelligence and data science earned with distinction and a key contributor to Namibia's national AI strategy, her work is grounded in one simple but powerful ideology, that technology must work for Namibia's people. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator to this esteemed panel, Ms. Paulina Shifungula. Our dear moderator will take the stand and call out the names of our esteemed panel members. Thank you, good audience.
Good morning, everyone. So, as Namibia continues to adopt emerging technologies such as AI, cybersecurity becomes increasingly important in making sure that the systems are safe, they are reliable, and they are trusted. So today's discussion focuses on Namibia and where we currently stand, the gaps that exist, and the actions that we need to take or prioritize to build a secure digital future. So today I'll be joined by Ms. Esther Ngipandulwa. She's a legal practitioner of the High Court of Namibia and a certified governance professional with over a decade of experience. She currently serves as a legal advisor and company secretary for AMTA. And she contributes to the development of the Namibia's national AI strategy. She is also the founder of Kadosh Consultancy and is passionate about making legal knowledge accessible to all. We'll also be joined by our one and only Dr. Nish. Can you please say something about yourself? A short bio?
I am inspired by all of you. This particular junction, cybersecurity and AI, is going to be one of the most exciting conversations. Please take note and please understand that this will charter the future. This dialogue is a catalyst for what we are going to do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we're going to jump right straight into our panel discussion.
Good people. I think this gives us an opportune moment in the sense that this will be an audience engagement focus. And we should take advantage of that. Insofar as our esteemed rapporteurs go, here is an opportunity for the audience to contribute to the dialogue and also shape the narrative. So be engaged. Some of these questions we are also going to pose as dialogue starters for the audience to contribute their perspective and their answers. So I will now hand over to my esteemed moderator. We will cycle through a few questions and then we will incubate amongst your opinions as esteemed audience members, as part of our panel. So take note, everyone. I'm not going to go to each of you and ask for your bios, but you are part of this panel. Thank you, good people.
All right, thank you. Ms. Esther, let me start with you. What immediate legal or regulatory gaps should Namibia address to support responsible and secure AI adoption?
Okay. Thank you, Paulina, for the question. Good morning, all protocol observed. As indicated, I'm Esther Ngipandulwa, okay. So the regulatory gaps that we have in Namibia when it comes to AI, first I must start by indicating that there was an assessment conducted by UNESCO to try and determine Namibia's readiness when it comes to AI. Now, this report has identified many gaps, whether it's skill gaps or regulatory gaps. And one of the main gap that was identified is that Namibia does not have a formal AI legal framework. Now, another one that was identified is that Namibia does also not have a data protection legal framework, which we'll all understand that it's in form of a bill, And if we look at our digital strategy, we can also see that the government is busy facilitating or trying to fast track it. But I think while the report identifies that we need a formal legal framework, or that being a gap, I think Namibia, where we are considering our bills, whether it's the data protection bill or whether it's the cybercrime bill, I would say that we don't really need a formal AI legislation. I think we are fine with the legislations that we have. If we can only address the gap of the Data Protection Act and then the Cybercrime Act, I would then say that the gaps that would need to be filled is the inserting of specific provisions in most of our laws that relate to AI. Because if you come up with an AI Act that is specifically for AI, I don't think you'll be able to cover AI. So I think the gap that can be addressed is us looking at, for example, our Evidence Act when it comes to courts. How are we going to amend that act to make sure that it provides or makes provision for AI? Your Children's Protection Act, how are you going to amend it to make sure that it speaks to AI? Your Intellectual Property Act, how are you going to amend it to make sure that it provides for AI? So it's not really that we need a formal legislation specifically for AI, at least from my point of view. I think we just need to sort of amend most of our laws that are actually a bit outdated, just to bring it to address the AI gap. Because I can give an example. We already have provision for cases such as fraud. We all know in Namibia, whether it's at common law or whether it's our banking laws, they provide for fraud. Now, fraud remains a crime in Namibia, but what makes it different when AI comes in is how you're going to investigate that fraud, the manner in which this fraud is now going to be committed. So the gap that you will then need to address is, how are we now going to change our law to cater for the manner in which this fraud will now be committed differently, but not really to come up. Because I think, to come up with one AI formal, law, you will need to bring all the experts in the room and come up with that. So I think bit by bit, that will address. I think another gap also, if we can have our Cyber Act bill also enacted, because currently we have CERT under CREN, and CERT is actually established in terms of the cyber bill, which is not yet in force. So you can see the initiative and the government pushing, and CREN trying to assist in terms of cyber response. But for as long as that which empowers CREN to run CERT is still in bill form, that remains also a gap. And especially with AI coming in, that also need to be addressed just to strengthen it. And I think, like I said, the other gaps that need to be addressed, I think emphasis needs to go on investigation, because we have beautiful laws when it comes to crimes and very good punishments that are assigned. But from a legal perspective, you can have all your crimes prescribed, but your case is only as good as the evidence that you have. So if we can really focus on that investigation part also, that will be good. Way to also address some of the legal framework gaps that I can think of. Thank you.
Yes, I'm in agreement with that government should prioritize getting these bills done, and then we can amend from there. Yes. So, Dr. Nishal, from a technical perspective, how do these gaps affect cybersecurity in practice?
Thank you, my esteemed chair. Before I answer that question, I also wanted to respond to the last, because I appreciate and I also have an opinion on the basis of contributing, and I want us to explore this together, good people. Cyber defense. The concept of cyber defense speaks to cybersecurity and digital forensics. Cybersecurity has to do with the proactive detection of issues, contributing to a robust framework, contributing to that protective view, which is more proactive in nature. Digital forensics speaks to a response to an event. It speaks to the investigation of, and it could be a crime, could be an allegation, could be a problem, but it speaks to a reactive response. Together, it's considered the holistic family of cyber defense. Why did I start there? My next point will speak to what I am thinking about. The reason why we split this so specifically and articulately is that South Africa as well, for example, is going through a bit of a birthing process around us promulgating our AI legislative bill. It was published for public commentary on the 10th of April, and it is going to be accepting public review on the 10th of June. That being said, there is a strategic intention to separate AI into its own legislative framework. So let's consider our esteemed panel's statement, which I most certainly do understand, but I humbly also might disagree with. And the reason for the disagreement is not antagonistic. It's because I do understand that there is something called legislative bloat. And that is something which essentially we must protect against. Good people, consider this. How do we prosecute and who do we prosecute if an AI agent is the one which has perpetrated the crime? Let me take it one step further. An AI agent has created a second AI agent which is the perpetrator of the crime. That immediately collapsed the argument that was going to be placed on the table to say the developer of the agent. What happens there? I'm very supportive of the fact that we most certainly have tried and trusted laws which speak to our conventional crime landscape. And I am supportive, and in fact, testimony-wise, there is enough of a stance for us to actually provide tangent testimonies. But in the ever-evolving landscape of where we find ourselves in, it might be wise to consider something like a code of conduct. But hear me out here, people. Not for people. A code of conduct for AI agents. Something which is more thought-provoking. Something which is more innovative within the landscape, which doesn't generate that legislative bloat. A risk of us using the current legislative landscape and amending also leads to the possibility of contradictory legislative clauses. Interpretation and the defense mechanism that you will see in our courts as things evolve will be quite difficult when we are looking at the human condition versus the technological landscape as AI evolves. So I just wanted to humbly contribute that, and thank you for the perspective. My good moderator, if I may, the other question which you asked.
Okay, from a technical perspective, how do these gaps affect cybersecurity in practice?
From a technical perspective, let's look at our Namibian reality. And I think we have to understand that we can only stand as experts within a field if we have the technical expertise to respond to an incident of a technical nature. So, I think looking at the Namibian reality and looking what we have around the table, there is a certain deficiency on the basis that we need to acknowledge. And when we acknowledge something, it gives us a plan of action to address it. Education with respect to the two streams that I had mentioned, cybersecurity and digital forensics, that must be better galvanized within the Namibian reality. So my take on it is that as much as we might have a stance in the current view the root cause of a potential collapse of technical response has to do with a lack of education within the landscape, a lack of awareness within the landscape. And let's tackle the root cause so that we can have a better response and a better technical capability to support the legislative environment.
Yes, and that just shows how we need to create awareness in the community, especially in places where people don't have access to technology. Yeah. So moving forward, Dr. Nishal, what are the biggest, or let me say, what is Namibia's biggest infrastructure and connectivity gap that could affect cybersecurity readiness, especially as we adopt more advanced technologies like AI?
Good audience members, this question is of paramount importance because as our good chair has posed, this question speaks to how does Namibia move forward? And this should be something we all take to heart. On the basis of our Namibian reality, we did explore these 5 pillars: GRCLA, governance, risk, control, legislature, and assurance. We explored infrastructure, and we explored connectivity. We explored education and sustainability. So these hit on 2 pillars. The 2 pillars that it hits on is infrastructure and connectivity. What I would like to see, so that we have a better, a more supportive view, is that the landscape of Namibians' incentive environments, insofar as the establishment of such infrastructure, should be looked at, number 1. So in other words, reward and motivate and incentivize the entire economy to move towards the creation of infrastructure and better connectivity regimes. Don't just stand as an observer. Namibia has to nurture the variables that will allow better future connectivity, better future technology. So I have a strong opinion regarding the maneuvering of the geo-economic landscape to ensure that corporates are acknowledged, to ensure that governments are acknowledged to move us forward. And I think in conclusive points on the basis of understanding what do we do then as individuals? Innovation, my good people. So we talked about sovereign AI. We talked about offline AI. We talked about local AI. How many of us know what that is? Hands up. Too little. So when we talk about innovation, my appeal to the Namibian environment would be, we have to be more innovative in how we deploy technology, which is both reliant on current infrastructure, as well as the hope that we can motivate and nurture in that journey to future infrastructure. So innovation is the catalyst for realizing our reality. Innovation is the catalyst for using the frugal environment we have in order to generate value from it. Other nations have done it. We've seen India doing it. We've seen Malaysia doing it. So why shouldn't we also do it? Thank you. Good chair.
All right, maybe just if you can also add what organizations should be doing right now to actually improve their readiness for AI and cybersecurity.
Beautiful question. I'm going to be brief, and I think it speaks to the sentimentality of what we have heard, what we have absorbed for the past few days. The first thing we should do as professionals when we go back is a diagnostic of our exposure reality. And the diagnostic is not a difficult thing, my good people. We are at a spot where the enablement of access to information, both in the form of artificial intelligence, as well as the awareness, has reached a good apex. Use that. Understanding your vulnerability will allow you to map out a process in order to deal with those vulnerabilities. All right, so I'd like to send it back to you, my esteemed chair. Thank you.
Ms. Esther, do you perhaps have something to say?
Thank you, Ms. Pauline. Okay, I think firstly, I just want to, since we are discussing AI, I just want to inform the room that I'm currently serving as the chairperson of the Governance and Legal Advisory Technical Committee that is busy drafting the National AI Strategy. And when I spoke about the law and how strategically I believe Namibia needs to go around it, I like that it provoked the thought of our international expert. And really, I was hoping that I would tap into his wisdom. And while I'm not the one asking questions, I think I want the discussion to just go into that, because he mentioned something quite interesting. Because from the research that we conducted, we were trying to stay away from duplication of laws. For example, we have the Namibia Standards Institute. So we thought, with regards to AI standards, let them still continue being under the NSI. So in terms of the act, then, because they have the power to pass standards, then they pass the AI standards, for example. And then your banking people, let them continue regulating the banking sector. And then we insert there a provision that deals with AI, so that, because we thought, would it really be practical to have a body that is sort of regulating different sectors? Then you need to get experts from that. So if we already have those regulators, why don't we then try and get them? Data protection focuses on data protection, because we have the bill also provides for another institution to be established. Then you have your Information Act, which will also now establish another commissioner's office. So then AI relating information, you put it under that. Data protection and AI, you regulate it. Banking and what? Education and AI, you regulate it under your education sector. And that's the strategy, and that's what we were looking at it, because we've seen that some countries have actually just done that instead of coming up with one AI act. And from your expertise, because I have an interest in this because of the strategy that we must draft and that must speak to our people, and that must be really practical and not a duplicate of laws. I just want to say, what would be your advice, and what would you think will really take away from our framework if we divert from having a specific AI strategy and really just incorporate it into those existing things already? Like, you have your CRAN, AI and telecommunications. Then you leave it to them to still regulate it. And then you come up with an amendment. I remember South Africa, they were listed on the FATF for money laundering. And when recommendations were made that their framework has gaps, what they did was they just amended all their laws. So they came up with an amendment act that says, we are amending the Close Corporation Act, we are amending the Companies Act, we are amending this to make sure that it caters for it. But they didn't come up with a money laundering act per se. So I just want to say, from the direction into which we are moving, what would be your advice into our strategy? We would really appreciate that.
My esteemed panel member, my chair, my good audience members, take note of this question. It is a beautiful question because it speaks to Namibia's future as well. And I think I want to answer that on the basis of, firstly, considering our response on the basis of our view which South Africa took on changing the CC/PTY landscape on the basis of the concern with money laundering. Brilliant observation. That observation was done on the basis of existing financial architecture, existing company structure architecture, which was in place and was exposed to a changing economic environment, as well as to a changing exploitative environment. So it spoke to existing architecture and infrastructure, which most certainly needed amendment. Hence, the response on the basis of the existing laws amendment. So let's take a view on AI. First and foremost, it is wise to ensure that we include all of the domains being obviously our geo-corporate environment and the reality of where all of the GDP movement and the catalyst for GDP movements lies. Our telco environment, our mining environment, our regulatory environment, our tourism, etc., etc. So it is wise to incorporate visibility of these domains within an AI cohesive and connected environment. The reason why I would humbly suggest that we do not do it in isolation is that there are a few risks. The first risk, over and above duplication, which you most certainly and very wisely mentioned, one of the first risks is the custodianship of the variable of the driver of AI. What do I mean by that? AI has something called compute power. When it comes to compute power, who will you give the presiding and the priority to on the basis of the promulgation and the consideration of a law on the allocation of compute power? That's a difficult question and not something that we can answer here, but it is most certainly a question that shouldn't be given to a single domain. Let's look at what we had explored, agentic AI. Agentic AI is something that does not focus on just one domain. It unilaterally can exploit, potentially on how it's used, across all domains. So exploring a little bit more, we talked about cybersecurity and digital forensics, and I am privileged and honored by the fact that you have such an amazing experience base on digital forensics and cybersecurity, because as peers, we understand how technical that environment can be. Also the fact that each domain has nuances when it comes down to the digestion of legislation, the articulation of defense, and the structuring of both legal as well as corporate domains. So acknowledging when there is existing architecture, we amend. When there is new considerations of new commodities, we have to be proactive in how we consider. AI. Good people, which industry does AI not touch? Agriculture? Hospitality? Churches? The answer is there is no industry. It all has to do with our application of a tool, and the tool is an informational tool which is universal. We can go into the detail on the basis of the generative AI, the human condition, etc., etc. But the answer is, touches all domains. So it would behoove us as a group of informed experts to ensure that the variables which move and which promulgate and which inform the new AI reality we have is not just arguably monopolized, arguably centered around a particular domain. So I agree with the contribution of all domains within economy to an AI opinion, but I still advise that we have a presiding united AI initiative and body which regulates, which considers, and which demonopolizes the AI lean for the entire nation. This is a bit of a macro view, and to be fair, I guess we all can appreciate there's a lot which goes into those statements. So we can most certainly unpack that following this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nishal. Moving forward, let me start with Esther. We're saying that AI is now being used for cyber attacks, but it's also being used for defense. So do you think Namibia is ready to use AI tools for cybersecurity?
I think Namibia is ready. Yes. And I think at this point, I don't think we should even be having that conversation on whether we are ready or not. We just have to. Because unfortunately, ICT is among us. AI is here. So we really have no option. We just have to be ready. And I can say that we are ready. And I would say it's just a matter of, like I said, passing our bills, testing them, and then we amend as we go, because you'll never really have a perfect legal framework unless you pass it, start implementing it, and start identifying those gaps as you go, and start amending and running with technology. Then that's when you will really know where you stand.
Dr. Nishal?
Thank you, my good chair. Thank you, my esteemed colleague. I cannot agree more. In fact, I want to consider and invite each of you to remember this. The existence, or the lack, let's start with the lack of existence of a law does not give you reason to just sit back and use that as an excuse not to implement good governance. That's on the corporate level. The lack of specific law does not stop our legal experts, like my good colleague here, from ensuring that you can still architect a response on the basis of our current legislative environment. So we implement, we monitor, we nurture, we adapt, we evolve. I accept that our legislative environment is slow, but perhaps that compels us into a space which speaks to the basis that we might need a law which maneuvers our legislative environment a little bit faster in response to the changing landscape and the changing future and changing technology that we're exposed to. Brilliantly said.
Okay. No, that's good. So maybe just to get your final thoughts, and also maybe before you give us your final thoughts, just to answer this one question, what do you think is Namibia's biggest risk? Or let me say, Namibia's biggest risk, and what should Namibia pay attention to when it comes to AI and cybersecurity?
That's a beautiful question. I think Namibia's biggest risk is going to be inaction. I think Namibia's biggest risk is inaction. So, in conclusion, I think the only response that we should have, forums like these, dialogues, I love the fact that we challenge each other. This is what moves us forward. My good audience members, you cannot say we did not explore a base that didn't raise our consciousness within the room. We did. What do we do with that? That's my challenge to all of us, myself included. Namibia's greatest risk will be inaction if we don't do anything about it. Thank you.
Okay. Esther? Should I repeat the question or? Okay, what do you think is the biggest risk that Namibia should be paying attention to right now is when it comes to AI and cybersecurity?
I think it's the biggest risk is the lack of accountability for anybody. Currently, we are cruising, but no one is responsible for anything at the moment in terms of the law. And I think that takes us back to the AI strategy. I think we need a roadmap. We need a plan. And that plan is the strategy that is currently being drafted. And in conclusion, I really just want to use this opportunity to say on the 27th of April this year, I think it's next week, Monday, we will be at the Commerce Regional Council. We are going to unpack the AI strategy, which is our roadmap on how we are going to address this issue, because we need a plan. Namibia, we need a plan. So I'm going to personally invite you as the chairperson of the Governance and Legal Tech to come and please contribute to the strategy so that we have a plan. We need a plan. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Esther. Thank you, Dr. Nishal. So this is a bit different, And I know, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I also have some questions for the audience. So if someone could just answer this question for us, would really appreciate it. So what challenges do startups face in building secure digital or AI-driven solutions in Namibia, especially, or let me say specifically in terms of funding, skills, and access to infrastructure? There's a hand there. Thank you.
It's on. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Can you please give us your name and your title?
Sure. My name is Rishabda Gamre. I'm from Let's Say Go Bank. I'm the head of technology there. So I think for the startups, when it comes to investing in technology, the first thing is the expertise. Like, you know, the requirement could be little, but then the way they are procuring things, it could be something that they do not need. So like wasting resources because they do not have the understanding about what caters to their need. That would be the first one. And then I also think that when it comes to architecting of the solution, so there is also a gap there. So if as a startup, I want to probably have my business online, like probably develop a website. So I do not know what options are available out there in the market. So I think there is a gap on the knowledge. And when procuring the entire infrastructure, I think resource planning, capacity, all that is something an infrastructure person should consider while, you know, coming up with the solution. So I think there's a gap over there. And also what solutions are out there, what is feasible for my market needs and what is feasible for my business needs. So I think if we answer to those questions, then when it comes to the technical front, I think I can have a good infrastructure with not putting a lot of money into it or not bearing the heat of investing into infrastructure. And also I should consider whether the infrastructure is scalable. So if I'm procuring something, it should be scalable for me for at least next to 5 to 10 years. So the thought should be there, not just getting something because right now I'm needing a website, let me procure whatever is available. I should think about my future needs as well. So all that planning and understanding basic need, like, you know, basically defining what my needs are. So that is something I think is a gap which could potentially, you know, the startups could make mistakes in basically procuring any infrastructure. That's my view.
Thank you.
I also have 2 questions, but maybe we can come back to it
after
later.
that.
Okay, thank you.
She also wants to answer.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Raquel Nanjebo. I'm the IT soup at NAMDOC. I would just like to add on what the previous speaker has indicated. In addition to these infrastructures and the environments that needs to be set up by startups, the biggest and the most challenging part is the governance of the whole environment. So that's now in terms of all the policies, the governance frameworks and the standards that needs to be followed. Okay, so you buy your infrastructure all over the place, but to put it into one governance environment, that's the problem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have one more question, but from a regional perspective. So it would be nice if we can have someone from outside of Namibia to answer the question for us. So from a regional perspective, what are some of the common gaps that countries face in preparing for cybersecurity risks associated with emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, and how might this apply to Namibia? Do we have someone from outside of Namibia that can answer that for us? Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jim Jeremiah, MCS Group of Companies. I'm from Botswana. In terms of the gaps in preparation for AI, what we have observed is that countries or within the region that are not ready, one of the key issues that we have observed, especially in the government entities, mostly information is on paper. And AI normally works with electronic information. You can't have AI to work for you if you don't have information, because you study the model. The models need information to do what it's supposed to do. So that is one of the gaps. So for Namibia as well as for Botswana to adapt AI, we need to transform to electronic document management system. And also looking at standards. We have new standards that are there for AI that put out the requirements, because we have requirement standards that organization can certify to prove that they have adopted AI in a good way. We have standard like 42001 standard, which is just the same like for quality 9001 standard. These are management system because they define the context of the organization, the commitment from the leadership, as well as how do you plan in terms of risk management and so on. So it's one of the key issues that we see. And also we need to prepare in terms of AI security posture management, where you have your inventory to understand which information are you ingesting into the AI platform and what are the risks you are exposed to. So we need to have that visibility to understand. If you look at organizations now, we are already using AI, and every day we are using AI, but we don't know which information which is sensitive for the organization that is being pumped into the AI platform. So AI security management, security posture management is one of the key issues that most of the countries, they don't have that as for preparation for AI. So I think that is what we have observed in the region. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for your valuable contributions. And we'll now be moving to the questions. I think we'll take about 5 questions. Yes.
So I am just started with my AI journey. So I just wanted to ask this question, like we say that AI is global, right? AI is a cross-border risk. Then do you think that the local approach that we are taking, like the legislation that you spoke about, keeping it locally, how realistic is that approach?
I'll pass that question to Dr. Nishal.
Exceptional. Thank you for that question. Good audience members, we already mentioned that we can't do much in isolation. That is also true for AI. In a direct answer to that question, the Africa Union has something called the Continental AI Strategy. When you promulgate, it is advisable that we use that not as the singular defining framework, but as one of the referential frameworks that ensures alignment to the continental vision, but also to ensure that we are more progressive in how we adapt and adopt AI. Remember that there is many facets to a potential AI journey that a nation is going to go through. Number one, what do we consider sovereign? Number two, when it comes down to collaborative sharing, what can we allow? Number three, when it comes to securitization and privacy, how do we posture? So to answer that question, I think we have to have a more unified view. We acknowledge the localized protective nature of certain critical assets, of certain critical aspects of our people, of certain corporate assets, but we also have to look at a more expansive view. So an AI journey has to consider all variables. Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Nishal.
Enlighten us if there is any standard that is already present and that globally caters to all the AI risk or something. Just for the knowledge.
Absolutely. So I wish there was one standard which caters for all of the AI risk sitting in a single entity. I am going to say that there are many, many maturity elements to the geopolitical and global landscape as it relates to AI promulgated policy. There is many, and as part of a particular lecture, we actually go into the geopolitical view and understanding all of the contradictions, all of the support bases. And I think it's important also to understand there is a geopolitical, there is a geoeconomical and a geosocial element to policy. So when we talk about incorporating policy, we need to be careful to understand reality of our local context. We have to be careful to understand that the policy and its framework doesn't fall prey to exploitation intentionally or unintentionally from a share of information perspective. Remember, good people, there is something called hyper-personalization. Hyper-personalization was one of the things that we explored. And we talked about how AI and hyper-personalization and syndication, being criminals, can utilize these three to exploit us. So to answer you directly, connect with me after this discussion. I would love to go into a 24 segmented policy discussion, but the forum at this point in time, I'm going to keep it macro to say different regions geopolitically have different maturity bases. Let's explore, but always look back to our Namibian reality.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nichelle. I think I saw another hand. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Champion, or ambassador rather. My contribution is on the SME challenges, the question that was asked earlier, and I thought it would be great that mention one of the challenges that many of us SMEs are having within the country. Firstly is what was already sort of like alluded to by Ms. Esther regarding the lack of accountability when it comes to AI in Namibia. So it's more of, as an SME, who protects me? Where do I go when something happens to me with regards to AI? Or who is able to actually make me understand that this is where I go, this is where I go, under which sort of wing of law I go for my protection. Another thing is, for as much as we speak of a lot of awareness, it is also a thing of we know what rights we have when it comes to how soft this new thing AI is supposed to be for us as young people. But how is our government making provision for that? Like I think what Dr. Jeremiah mentioned regarding, does the government and all the bodies that we work with have this in provision for us to access, like soft access? We have soft copies, soft filling of forms that we need for us to be compliant and all these things. So I think another thing is really on the catering from the governance perspective. Do they cater to our needs to have our lives easier when it comes to accessibility, when it comes to compliance, things that we need to do to be compliant with the law, Namibian law? I think that is what I have to say for now.
All right, thank you. I think one more question. She had her hand up first. But then she said it's a comment.
Good morning. This is Isabella again, and for the delegates that were not here, maybe in the previous 2 days, I'm head of crime intelligence, Namibian police. I have a question going back to awareness of our managers, right? Say, for instance, as a person responsible for criminal intelligence analyst, and I would walk up to my manager and say, we would like an analytical tool that is using AI, and you might be told, we don't have legislation yet, we cannot deploy AI yet. And then I said to my manager, okay, I'm using Gemini. And they would say, yeah, continue with your Gemini, but we cannot deploy AI. Provoking a debate there, and just for me to have somebody say something on the awareness that it's okay to continue with Gemini. Gemini is AI empowered, but then I'm told we cannot deploy AI. It did not happen. This is a scenario I'm giving. Thank you.
Ms. Esther, will you be able to answer that for us?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think we need to start, like I said, we might not be ready, but we can all be responsible for starting somewhere. Now, I like to say, I was born in a generation where we only had 2, maybe cell phones at our village. So people would go to another house to, you know, and so things started improving. But in my workplace right now, when I look at the Gen Zs, I have this passion for Gen Zs and how they do things. I think we need to get into the mindset of teaching each other, because these things are completely new, but we also need to get also into the mindset of understanding each other and the risks also that come with not having frameworks in place to protect us. Now, especially when it comes to government, and I don't know if it's Kenya or Rwanda, when we were doing our comparative, there is one that is very strict on their state security when it comes to AI. And I think while we try to implore some of those things, we also need to listen, especially to our managers and our leaders, and really be open, get into open conversations about, are you trying to protect some sort of maybe security, whether it's for the company or whether it's for the government? Because while it's exciting to get into some of these applications that are shortcut, when you don't have internal governance and internal policies to protect, the question will be, if I upload this letter on this AI application and say draft a response for me, where does that letter go to? And while we want to really make our lives easier, I think we also need to strike a balance and also educate each other and also understand each other and say, perhaps my leader is looking at the security point of view. I'm the AI person. I'm going to give him assurance that this is a safe tool to use and our information will not end up anywhere else. So I think that's a balance that we can strike, and an assurance that you can give your manager, especially when they don't have a deeper understanding of AI and the technology.
Okay, Dr. Nishal, can you briefly just contribute to that?
I cannot echo the sentiments of our esteemed panel member. Good people, to answer you directly, there are different ways which AI, LLMs, and AI models train themselves. The most conventional and used way is on the data and on the responses and on the prompts that you put into it. So the answer to where does my data go is that it goes into the AI model and the holders and custodians of that AI model, which is normally outside of our jurisdiction. You have consented to it by doing that upload. Essentially, if you have to look at it on a purist level, you have exposed data, be it yours or be it the organizations. I love the fact that we mentioned, if we are going to use AI tools, we use it responsibly. AI tools without AI ethics and the understanding of this very important landscape is going to be a vulnerability, it is one of the penetration points that cybersecuritization can attack, the antagonists of cybersecuritization. So, in conclusion, be aware. If you don't have a sovereign AI model, if you don't have an offline AI model, if you don't have a protected grid in the sense of an enterprise isolated AI model, you are training the LLM on your data and your company's data, full stop. Full stop. So the only way to do that is that if there's a policy in place, put a policy in place which gives your organization guidelines to say acceptable use and unacceptable use. Thank you.
I don't think we have more time. Do we have more time? No? Okay. Okay. Sorry, if you have more questions, then we can ask them during the networking session. So I would like to thank my panelists. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. Thank you for your recommendations. And thank you to the audience. You have been an incredible audience. Thank you for engaging with us. And I would just like to leave one thing with you, which is like one key takeaway, which is that AI is being used for cyber attacks. So we must also use it for defense. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a lovely day.
Our moderator and our very knowledgeable duo of panelists. Thank you for that very rich and engaging panel discussion. Because we also had panelists in the room, thank you for your contributions. And we do encourage them to keep coming. However, we will have a networking session to make sure that these conversations happen on a deeper level and there's even more time to unpack. But in the interest of time, I would just like to say that this conversation was a reminder for us to innovate, not only for Namibia, but for Africa at large, taking into consideration the limitations that exist within existing infrastructure and keeping that in mind as we innovate for Namibia. Because as our knowledgeable panelists said, and so eloquently stated, Namibia's biggest risk will be inaction and unaccountability. So what are we, both in this room and on the other side of the airwaves, going to do with the skills, with the knowledge, and with the networks that we have? Because the lack of legislation does not mean that we need to forgo governance. It simply means that we need to be more innovative and more responsible within our respective institutions. Because as Ms. Esther said, we might not be ready, but we can all be responsible for starting somewhere. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed guest, we now turn our attention to a critical component of protecting our national infrastructure, and that is identity. Because in today's digital landscape, it is no longer just systems that are targeted. It is access, it is identity, it is who gets in, and what are they able to do once they get in there. Ultimately, as Mr. Mtetwa from Data Fusion stated on day one of our cybersecurity conference, who holds the keys to the kingdom? And what do they do with it? Our next speaker brings a deep expertise in this space as a cybersecurity specialist and senior consultant at RSA Security. And he works across not only the Middle East and Turkey, but Africa, supporting organizations in strengthening their security frameworks against modern evolving threats. His work focuses on identity and access management, as well as helping institutions not only secure their systems, but scale securely in an AI-driven and cloud-enabled world. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly help me in giving a cybersecurity round of applause to our next speaker, Mr. Karim Yusuf. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize. It seems our speaker is currently not ready. However, we would then like to move on to the next part of our program, which is a panel discussion centered around protecting critical infrastructure, energy, banking, tax systems, aviation, water, telecommunications, and transport. Basically, the critical infrastructure of our country. And to moderate that conversation, I'd now like to welcome to the stage our moderator for this conversation, a lecturer of the Faculty of Computing and Informatics at the Namibian University for Science and Technology, Mr. Julius Sila. Could we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you so much for that introduction. Another very good morning to all the delegates. Yes, like she introduced me, I'm Julia Sila from NICSC and from the Department of Cybersecurity. Well, we have all enjoyed 3 wonderful days of engaging and very constructive interactions. I've been sharing with some of the colleagues here that this event is like really a great reunion for all cyber rangers around, and it has been so great for me personally, and I believe to you too. Okay, so like the MC introduced, our panel discussion is titled Protecting Critical Infrastructure, which is energy, banking, taxation systems, ports, aviation, water, telecom, and transportation. Now, allow me please to introduce our esteemed panelists. Can I ask our panel to walk to the stage while I'm busy introducing them? Thank you. Okay, our first panelist, in order of no preference, I would like to introduce Ms. Dieda Kanji. Ms. Dieda Kanji, she's an expert with over 14 years of experience in network engineering and cybersecurity, currently serving as IT manager at the Namibian Statistics Agency. She has an honors degree in IT, an MBA, and she's about to complete her master's focusing on cybersecurity and digital asset protection. That is Ms. Kanji. And then our next panelist is our very own Rehai Jovet. Yes, he is a cybersec expert with over 20 years of experience specializing in enhancing cyber defense strategies based in Namibia. He simplified complex technical detail for executive teams, and as a senior cybersecurity architect of Securicom, he guides organizations through security transformation and promote a strong cybersecurity culture to manage risks. Like you might know him. Okay, welcome, Mr. Joe. Okay, then our next speaker. Our next panelist is Ms. Cornelia Shipindo. Yeah, as she walked to the stage, she is a prominent cybersecurity professional in Namibia, currently serving as an acting executive for CERT, more specifically NAM-CERT, and manager for cybersecurity in the Cybersecurity and ICT department at CRAN. She possesses a strong education foundation, including postgraduate diploma in business administration, international certificates such as CISA, which is a Certified Information System Audit, and then a bachelor degree in IT, system administration and network, and other qualifications. She has over 10 years of cybersecurity experience in ICT across government, regulatory bodies, and the private sectors. And she also previously held a pivotal role as an information security specialist at Capricorn Group, where she excelled in security control governance and third-party cybersecurity management, incident response, and more. She is passionate about safeguarding national communication infrastructure. Her leadership and extensive expertise position her to make significant contribution in addressing global cyber threat to regulatory bodies. Our last but not least panelist is Detective Chief Inspector Erastus Hangome. He is a seasoned investigator with over 14 years of experience in criminal investigations. He currently serves under the Office of the Inspector General, where he is responsible for specialized investigations, including cyber-related crimes and counterterrorism. In his role, he led complex investigative operations, coordinates multi-agents part in safeguarding national security through crime intelligence-led and technology-driven approaches. So that is our panel. Help me welcome them with another round of applause. Okay, so talking about critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure is an interesting and ever-evolving subject today. In earlier days, critical infrastructure referred to just a few sectors, such as energy, transportation, and communication. However, the landscape has expanded significantly. As we speak now, we have over close to 13 distinct areas that have emerged. We have energy sector, where electricity generation and distribution of oil, gas production, and storage and distribution is concerned. We also have water and wastewater systems. We have transportation systems. We have information and communication technology. We have financial services, healthcare and public health, emergency services. We have food and agriculture, government facilities, critical manufacturing. We also have chemical sector, dams, and very interestingly, nuclear. Nuclear is one of them today, okay? So reactors, materials, and waste that surround nuclear technology, they are equally critical to manage. So, as you can see then, we began as a focus on just a few essential sectors, but this has grown significantly. And in the Namibian context, if we have to look at our nation, what has happened, we see especially that we've already have seen real examples of both resilience and vulnerability within critical infrastructure. For instance, our financial services sector has been under constant cyber attack, yet have shown remarkable resilience, continuing operation despite persistent threats. So really a great, resilience. And then notably, we had that incident last year during heavy rain seasons where when a bridge connecting Windhoek and Rehoboth in the southern town of Rehoboth direction collapsed. The natural disaster caused chaos for weeks. You remember? People are unable to commute between Windhoek and Rehoboth. And while this was a tragedy by natural cause, it also highlights that similar disruption could occur as a result of intentional attacks in the future. So just to highlight those few examples. These scenarios then highlights the evolving threats, both natural and man-made, that our critical infrastructure faces and the continued need for preparedness, coordination, and resilience across all sectors. Now, considering what lie ahead of us in the realm of critical infrastructure, protection. I have a few questions for our distinguished panelists. And I begin by inviting Rehad to respond to our first question. Rehad, are you ready? Okay, so our first question to Rehad is the following. Why are energy and extractive sectors are prime targets for cyber attacks? Thank you. Maybe you can switch mic. You can use mine. Can you go on with mine in the meantime? With mine? Yes, you can go. Yeah.
Sila, thank you very much for the first opportunity to respond to this very important topic. And the energy sector is actually a prime target because it underpins national economies. So unfortunately, it also relies on outdated and vulnerable IT and OT systems. And that's actually what's making it a high impact target for disruption, espionage, and financial gain. So as critical as it is, it's also as vulnerable, and it's a high stake target for criminals to target these systems, because it's got a direct impact on the economy, and it's a huge gain for them should they succeed in targeting these critical infrastructure systems.
Okay, I think your microphone is ready. Thank you, Rehad, for that. Now, a follow-up question, Rehad, still to you. What cyber risks are unique to operational technology environment?
Yeah, the operational environment or OT environment, the unique vulnerabilities to them, and that's basically due to the legacy environment. These systems are usually used in safety critical systems, but they have limited patching and we have limited visibility on those systems or those environments. And if disruption happens, it can cause a direct physical damage or downtime. And that's the biggest risk that we have with legacy systems. They don't have security embedded originally by native, and that makes them exceptionally vulnerable.
Thank you so much. And if we are to add one more question to you, how can governments enforce security without disrupting production and revenue?
Yeah, that's always a challenge. I think the key approach there should be a phased, risk-based approach, especially on the critical systems, where they can implement this as part of the operations instead of enforcing this shutdown-driven compliance. And by doing that, hopefully we can get the systems up and running, but at the same time protect the critical systems in a controlled manner without causing downtime. It's easier said than done in reality, though.
Okay, thank you so much. Just need one more question from here. Okay, so our next response will come from Ms. Cornelia Shifindo. Okay, so Cornelia, can you perhaps explain how exposed the aviation and transportation system to cyber attacks today, in general, locally, internationally? Yeah, everywhere. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the question. So, like any other critical infrastructure, aviation and transport are not exempted from cyber threats. So they are prone or highly and critically prone to cyber attacks as well, taking into consideration that most of the airlines and aviation systems operate on legacy systems, like it was alluded to earlier. So once with those outdated or legacy systems, it's they have a limitation of security controls within them, and because of that, their security posture is then deemed to be quite low, which then hackers have a high target towards aviation and transport because of such systems as outdated legacy systems. And in addition to that, aviation and transport are also regarded as a high cost operation. So the downtime of aviation is deemed to be a very high cost to organizations. So hackers and attackers would then target such areas so that they can leverage on the payout in order for you to have your system back up. And the risk of actually having the and aviation systems attacked would compromise areas like your baggage, the baggaging system, your ticketing systems, as well as your overall operation of your airline. And we can just imagine how that can highly impact international airports, let alone national airports. And I think to bring it locally, we are all aware that in 2026 alone, if I can say, 3 cyber attacks were already done towards the cybersecurity landscape of Namibia or targeted organizations in Namibia, which one of them includes the Namibia airport companies. Luckily, they do deal with minimal of data when it comes to the airlines and transportation, but it's still a risk when it comes to the aviation and airline industry, if I may say. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Shipindo, for that explanation. Yeah, truly a critical sector here. And then maybe what would you say, what would be the national impact of a coordinated cyber disruption in transport system if it happens?
All right, national impact will be high. I mean, you just gave an example of how a physical breach was a high impact when it comes to transportation within our country. So we can just imagine the cyber attack towards major logistic organizations, companies in Namibia, how it can impact us economically, the limitation of products and services, especially in critical infrastructures, with limited logistics. We will have limited supplies when it comes to our medical supplies, when it comes to food, when it comes to all those other nitty-gritties that we require every day in our operations as organizations. So the impact will be quite high, and it can highly, again, impact a national level status, if I may say, especially with reputational damage as well. Globally or regionally, people would also be skeptical in doing business with you once you are a high risk of cyber attack nation, or if I can say in that way. But the transportation link, once it's down, it has a high impact towards our livelihood of our Namibian citizens.
That's very much correct, because really anything critical, the risk is high. That is so definitely. And maybe just one more additional question to you, Cornelia. How can cyber resilience be integrated into safety and security regulations?
All right, how do we integrate it? So I love to say that resilience is knowing that you are going to be hit, right? But what matters is you being able to pick yourself up or not. So integration within our regulations is really ensuring that security controls are embedded by default. I love the opening presentation that was done earlier in the conference. It highlighted on the importance of embedding security, not as an after effect, but at the beginning of each and every solution that we intend to implement. So it's important that any other regulation that's in place that touches onto technology, emerging, especially with emerging technologies, let's highlight what those risks are and then put in place security control measures, and most importantly, how do we get to recover and restore for such, from such incidents should they occur. Thank you.
Wonderful. Security controls by default, It must be there. Yeah, thank you so much, Shipindo, for that. Okay, we move on to Dieda. And we would like you to assist us in answering some few questions as well. The first question goes to you. Why is water infrastructure often overlooked in national cyber threat strategies?
Good morning, and thank you for the question.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Yes. A little bit closer.
Oh, closer. Okay. So water is one of the infrastructure that is overlooked because it's seen as a support service. The speakers throughout the week have been talking about the mining industry, the financial industries, and the telecommunications industries. So it's one of the services that is very impactful to us, but it's not seen as a critical cyber attack. So in most cases, people will be thinking we are launching an attack to get money or to ruin reputation and so forth. But water is never at the forefront of these attacks. And we need to slowly start incorporating the importance of water, because I think our speaker this morning also said there was an attack on water, and this can cause a ripple effect on our health systems if our water systems are poisoned or they are intercepted in those manners. And I think it's the same thing with the evolution of IT and evolution of cybersecurity. Initially, IT was just a support structure, but now in the modern technology world, it's an essential service. And we need to start looking at water and other services as very important, and so that we avoid ripple effect, because once water is contaminated or attacked, then it leads to our health system. It leads to municipalities being implicated, right? So now we lose trust in our local municipalities as well. And the other reason why water is not at the forefront of essential service is because it is localized so much that it's not a national service. Each municipality manages and run its own water systems. So that's why even in budgeting and financial planning, it's not at the forefront, because there are so many governance based in different local authorities and different municipalities.
Amazing. Yeah, last time I was reflecting on really water as critical infrastructure, and I thought of our smart meters. I mean, they are electronic, and anything electronic can be cracked. Imagine the risk. Yeah, so very much relevant. The next question to you is to say, what lessons can be drawn from global cyber incident targeting utilities in general?
So the lessons that could be learned is that, like the attack that happened in America where the alkaline system was changed, is the fact that water is no longer just a legacy system that uses SCADA. We need to start upgrading our systems. As the speakers also said before me, we need to integrate security at the inception. Alternatively, start altering the security within the water systems. So it's not only security on information technology, it's also on operational technology. So we can learn from that to say, I mean, Namibia is a very, apart from this year that we got a lot of rain, it's generally a dry country. So we need to take care of our critical services to ensure that we have good water systems or healthy water for drinking to maintain that reputation. I mean, you go to different African countries and they tell you that we don't drink straight off the tap, which is different from us. So we need to maintain that reputation as a country to make sure that our systems are monitored, they cannot be hacked, and our water continues to be safe for consumption straight from the tap.
Thank you, thank you. My other question to you is, how can utilities balance affordability with cybersecurity investment?
I think we all know, like, budget is one of the key aspects, and seeing that water is not at the forefront of these utilities, we can start off with the low-hanging fruits. We can look at what is it that we can do immediately to make sure that our water systems are protected. And the speakers alluded throughout the intervention that educate the users, because they are at the forefront of security. So once we have the securities, we can work on multi-factor authentication. We can, stage it in such a way that we don't need to spend a lot, but we are investing in our infrastructure to maintain its drinkability, or I don't know what the word is to use, but making sure that it's still intact without breaking our budgets, and attending to educating the people, multi-factor authentications, just to make sure that our water systems remain intact.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Budget is necessary here? Yes, and just a balance of
We need to balance it out a bit, yes.
Wonderful,
Thank you.
Okay, then we move on to our Chief Inspector. The question we have for you is, what role do telecom networks play in cascading cyber risks across sectors? This can be locally, can be internationally. Maybe you can assist us with that information.
All right, a very good morning. Well, firstly, we need to understand that telecommunications, they are the backbone of modern infrastructure. And in a hyper-connected Namibia, a failure is never isolated. So if, let's say, a major Namibia, internet service provider or a mobile network operator is breached, the risk cascades instantly to all other sectors. This includes the banks, the health sector, the mine, and so forth. Now, the effect is that it has a ripple effect, which then cascades down. Now, some of these attacks can also be tantamount to terrorism. Because immediately, if an attack compromises or disrupts the services or coerces governments, under the Prevention and Combating of the Terrorism and Proliferation Activities Act 4 of 2014 as amended, that can tantamount to terrorism. So in a nutshell, it does have that ripple effect to all other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean. Okay, then our follow-up question on that is how can the governments ensure telecom resilience during national cyber emergencies, if we have one?
Yes, very much. And as Mr. Shipindo indicated, you know, resilience is basically not stopping a hack. It's graceful degradation where you are able to still function even under duress. Now, the government can consider to enforce redundancy, minimum standards of and coordination in responses. Now, with the team that is under Ms. Shipindo, we can consider to have relevant stakeholders. Remember, this requires a collective approach, both from public, private sectors. So all those that are within IT, we have a national team. In the event that there is an attack, we are able all to respond to that. And also, we also need to have, the government can also consider to have early warning systems. Early warning systems to say, yes, once there is an attack, this is what we can be able to look at. Now, also most importantly, we need to consider telecommunication operators as national key infrastructures, whereas they're also protected by the state. So with that resilience where we have all the stakeholders involved, we can then be able to have a resilient, and also we have simulations. We can also consider having simulation trainings where in an event of an attack, so in an event of an attack, the key players and the stakeholders know what to do, when to do, who is to take lead, and so forth. So that is how we are able to.
Key takeaway, thank you so much for that, Inspector. Key takeaways, I had collaboration, I had early warnings, and other important point he mentioned. Just one more question, Inspector, Chief Inspector. What minimum cybersecurity obligations should apply to our telecom operators?
Some of the panelists in the previous days have indicated that we do not have the legal framework that compels the operators to report. So some of the minimum should be that operators need to report incidences, because you'll have an institution that has been hacked, but they are not reporting it. We only come to learn later of it. So they need to be compelled. So we need to have what you call strong legislatures that compel reporting. They also need to have strong defense strategies in place, compel them to have regular training, regular simulations, and also just to have, and also I think we also need to have that people that possess high levels, positions, also for them to be vetted. Because you cannot hold a position in such type of institution, but you're not security vet, you're not cleared. And sometimes you may not know how these things may operate, and it may have a security implication. Also just for them to have systems that are tested, data that is protected or encrypted. And I think, as it was indicated yesterday by Mr. Mate, that the data protection bill is likely to see Parliament by September, and that is something that we will definitely be welcoming. So thank you.
With the Detective Chief Inspector in support of critical infrastructure protection, we are really doing the right thing, correct? I feel protected personally, and I feel the whole nation feel much safer now. Thank you. All right, then we'll do another round and robin of Q&A. Okay, back to Rehat. Yes, how do cyber attacks on critical infrastructure intersect with national security and sabotage?
Stila, I can speak out of experience on this one. I've seen a specific government entity with critical infrastructure being attacked before, and they had the resilience and the controls in place, the early warning signs as well, which was great. And I can say it's within the marine environment, right, so the Ports Authority. And then the criminals decided they're not done yet, and they focused their attention onto the supply chain. Imagine now if your weather services is down. It happened in South Africa, it was public knowledge. And indirectly, it's got a severe impact on critical infrastructure. All of a sudden, your ships can't navigate. There are some limitations in terms of, without having that information, the weather forecasting. So that just goes to show that the critical infrastructure, the ripple effect that our Chief Inspector mentioned, it's so critical to understand and look at it holistically, right? So you could be impacted by one of your dependencies being attacked. And that's a critical thing to keep in mind and to consider.
Sure. And what intelligence capabilities then are required to detect and deter such threats? From your experience.
Yeah, you have to have threat intelligence. You can't protect what you can't detect and monitor. If you have threat intelligence, and by collaborating, you can pick up these early signals and you can act more proactively. Without that information, you're basically blind. And that's where the dark web monitoring comes into play. That's where the collaboration with different stakeholders comes into play. And we can also learn from other countries, what they experienced, and be proactive to prevent that from happening to us. If it happened to one country, it will surely happen to us as well. So I think that threat intelligence is often overlooked. It's a critical aspect to be in that proactive game where you can see what's coming and you can act accordingly. And once you have an incident, you still need that threat intelligence. You need to know who attacked you, what did they do, what's the indicators of compromise. So without that information available, how do you respond? So threat intelligence becomes really a key to your whole cybersecurity strategy.
Absolutely. Proactive simulation, it has been highlighted so often in the past 3 days. Okay, and maybe just one last question. How should countries respond to state-sponsored attacks on infrastructure, on CPI in particular?
Yeah, state-sponsored attacks are one of the most worst scenarios that can happen to you. And I think that was one of my first and most critical mistakes with my first incident response when I helped the company to recover after an attack. I underestimated these cyber criminals. It was a state-sponsored attack that I dealt with. I thought, no, it's just maybe a guy that just finished matric. He's sitting here somewhere in a corner and I just need to block him and quickly recover the systems. Only to realize that I was way over my head into this. I had to get in some help. I needed to quickly realize that don't underestimate these cyber criminals. They kept on coming back. They had a team of highly skilled individuals. And then you realize state-sponsored attacks are real. we see about wars around the world, physical wars, but in the cyberspace there's a real war happening at the same time, and it's so often more impactful and damaging to the environment and to the economy. So state-sponsored attacks are really becoming a huge national security risk for us. And the way to respond to it is basically just to make sure that we have the controls, the resilience that we mentioned by our panelists in place, test your recovery processes, and have the threat intelligence to know what's coming. I think that's very, very important. But don't underestimate the cyber criminals, guys. These people are highly, highly skilled, motivated, and they have the right tools and equipment to really cause huge damage.
Thank you so much, Rehat, for that show. Okay, we move on to back to Shipindo. Yes, yeah, to Shipindo. Yeah, what global models exist for protecting critical infrastructure effectively that you could reference and tell our audience?
All right, thank you for the question. We were told that our time is up, and we would want to give room to the audience to just have a few more questions for us. But I think we can have that during networking and just ask us further questions with regards to the entire critical infrastructure protection nationally and internationally. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Sila.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We totally understand. We need to catch up with the rest of the program. Yeah. So at this juncture, I would like to invite some questions from our audience, if there is any. And I'm sure there should be a lot of questions. Thank you. Okay. There is a couple of hands on this side. Our MC can hand over the microphone so our panelists can attend to the questions.
Thank you very much. I just asked the MC if it's possible to add to what the gentleman at least said earlier. So to manage or to protect state-sponsored attacks, because I've seen this every time due to my job. Mm-hmm. So one thing we have to do is preventive monitoring. And also, you must research very well. We know who the APTs are. I don't want to mention names, 2 countries in particular. Mm-hmm. We know what they do. So you need to just make sure that your team, especially, like I said, your threat intel is very, very top-notch. No problem. And also, your response plan, like I said earlier. Don't wait till it happens. Simulate, and also try to countermeasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sure.
Thank you. Because of time, we have a lot to say.
You can perhaps just briefly, just mention your name briefly. Thank you.
My name is Detective Chief Inspector Shivigwa.
Thank you, sir.
I'm the head of Namibian Police Cybercrime Unit responsible for investigation of cybercrime.
Thank you.
Now, I'm not having a question as such, okay. But when you look into internationally or regionally, all the countries have started establishing CERT. And hence the reason Namibia also established CERT, which is now under the leadership of dear sister Shipindo there. Yeah. Although that we don't have the cybercrime bill, act, but as the previous speaker also mentioned that the establishment of CERT is also outlined in the cybercrime bill. Mm-hmm. So one also have to look into their responsibilities and duties. Mm-hmm. And that was also the reason why CERT was also established, is also to protect the infrastructures in Namibia. So one also have to look, and we also have to encourage that the institutions also have to work very close with CERT, because those are the people we have trusted them with those responsibilities. And my office and their office, we are working very close to each other. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason. And when you look into what we have in our tables, in her office and in my office, you will also be surprised. you might not think that we are also having a lot of attacks here. You are talking about telecommunication. Things have happened. Maybe some people have also realized a year or so, one of the big telecommunication was also attacked. Any others were also the victims of that, and also they are aware of that. Yeah. So the other thing is that the policies of the institutions, of the companies, they also the IT policies, they also have to upgrade on the level, on intervals, and they also have to monitor whether all those people working for those institutions are also well vested in those policies. Are they following those policies or not? Because you are having that thing of say think before you click. Now, those people who are working in the institutions, are they also aware of that? Or are they also going to other platforms where they are not supposed to be? So those are also some of the problems which are creating the attacks. And before this session, me and Master... Yes, we also have a little bit of shout and say that there isn't even the recent, hacking, which we had, which was maybe... it was because of, one can say that, it was because of the employers, you know, who are also, whether it's misbehaving, or you don't know. I don't know how I should tell.
Unintended maybe.
Yes. So now the companies also have to spend more on the infrastructures, on protection of the infrastructures, not only on human resources. Because if you have human resources, well qualified, but you don't have the equipments, you might also not succeed. So because of time, thank you for that.
No, thank you so much, sir, for that contribution. Yes. Okay, you can take on the next delegate.
Yes, thank you. My name is Geldenis Johannes. I am a security and strategic studies enthusiast. Now, I have a question towards Detective Chief Inspector Hangome specifically, because earlier we spoke of threat intelligence, we spoke of counterterrorism, we spoke of the state having to protect this critical infrastructure. But I want to bring your attention to the concept of the Iran-USA war that is happening now, the Russia-Ukraine war that is happening now. And as we are here, when we speak of cybersecurity in this protection of critical infrastructures, we are more focused on hacking of systems and whatnot. But I would say, if I would want to destroy your critical infrastructure, and I'm relating to Russia-Ukraine war, I would physically want to destroy this infrastructure. It can be your network towers, it can be your dams to cause flooding. This is physical damage that we're talking about. Now, how would we or you as a state security element want to incorporate cybersecurity in the fight against the use of FPV drones, first-person vehicle drones, or UAVs that are usually used to attack this critical infrastructure, and we know that they operate in a cyber realm. So how do we go about that?
All right, thank you very much. I'm happy that you indicated that you're from an enthusiast of the security and strategic studies, of which I'm also a field of. Now, contemporary threats, the threats to national security has changed. Previously, as indicated by the other panelists, is that threats previously were just where people just come in with guns and then they attack. But now with the contemporary threats, I think if you look at what Barry Bozan indicates pertaining to threats and security, that it depends to the role player. Now, bringing it now to the question of how are we going to, as the state, to, let's say, be prepared for an innovation, let's say, of these drones that are then being used. Now, this cyberspace is a new thing that Namibia is growing into. And as we indicated, as we are invited now by the on the 27th of April, this is where we are also going to now to have people from various sectors for us now to come and bring brains together for us to see what methods, what strategies, both from security and legal legislation that we can put up, and then we can take it from there. So yes, unless there's somebody that would like to add on that. Thank you.
Yes, there is one more. Thank you so much, Detective Chief Inspector, for that response. Okay, there is one more question there.
Thank you. I'm back. And Mr. Enyadi, maybe if you can answer, in addition to the panelists as well, somebody can also come in. Going back to the threat intelligence, what would you recommend on collaboration between NAMCET, your regular criminal intelligence analyst of the police intelligence of the police, and then all other relevant stakeholders? Because you would find, and going back to awareness in management, you would find a manager who would say, no, you are crime intelligence, you have nothing to do with cybersecurity. Ne? I'm not saying it happened, but it could happen. So what would you recommend here? And as this is being broadcasted to any manager who should have been in a position to understand that when it comes to cybersecurity, it's not the responsibility of an NAMCET alone or our cyber cops here, and so on. Thank you.
Sila, if I can maybe just comment on that, it's a very good question. First of all, awareness is key. We need to be aware of the risks and share that knowledge on a threat intelligence platform. And then also have dedicated resources that understand what to do with that information once you've seen it. At Securicom, we've got a dedicated SOC team that monitors this day in and day out. And these guys are highly skilled. That's what they do. So to collaborate, to create awareness, to educate one another, and to get a forum where we can share that information and tap into that skill set, I think that's very important. We can't have everyone having a dedicated team to do just this. I don't think we have enough resources for that. But if we work together and we have already companies that specializes in this that can contribute. So awareness, to know what's happening, knowledge share, what to do with that intel, and to have the experts available to support one another. I think that's key. And at the end of the day, we're all working together. It's about our country, it's about our people, it's about our customers at the end of the day. So that's very, very critical to share that expertise, knowledge, and to work together. And use the resources, guys. They are out there, okay?
In addition to that, I also just want to highlight from the NAMCET side, we are in collaboration, like Mr. Chivikwa have alluded earlier, with various committees within the landscape of Namibia, the NAMPO, the financial sectors, information sharing group. What we've also realized is a resistance in sharing cyber threats, especially that are implicating specific organization, or if the impacted organization picks it up earlier, they are not open to sharing that. So what is important and what is being practiced regionally, internationally, is information sharing groups and platforms that are created in order to have a safe space and room on sharing cyber threats and information sources that are impacting the landscape of Namibia. So we've also then established the Namibia Cybersecurity Information Sharing Group, where we've invited both public and private organizations to be members and representatives on that information sharing group. And through that group, we can then share the threat intelligence impacting any organizations within the landscape of Namibia. And then at SADC level as well, the NAMCET is part of the SADC regional security task force, which we then also can get assistance when it comes to a high level or national impact incident. We are able to reach out to the SADC committee when need be, as well as other international partners like the first forums, Africa Set. We are a member of Africa Set as well, so we have built up that community, both internationally, regionally, and nationally. There's still a lot of work to do. In addition, last but not least, the NICSC is also launching on the 28th of April, next week, Wednesday. We are launching the National Cyber Incident Management Guideline to just help, especially the public sector, on how they can best respond to incidents and the various channels that one follows within an incident throughout your recovery until your lesson learned and so on. So this document will also then be publicly available to Namibian citizens to leverage on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cornelius, for that. Okay, and with that, we've come to an end of our discussion. In the interest of time, we have so many other questions we'd like to bring about. There is a whole issue of competition among different entities that don't want to collaborate and many other questions, but we won't go into that. Thank you so much, panelists, for all your contribution. Thank you so much also, audience, for your interaction. Yes, just a key takeaway in closure. Throughout this conference, I've really, it's almost like there is just a repetition of very key components that keep surfacing and surfacing. In programming, we have this concept of loops, yeah? When you say repeat until, do while. So you repeat until you are done with the loop. Then you close the loop, correct? So I've seen quite this key 4 points repeating. Number one, panic versus simulation. We don't want to be in a panic mode. We don't want to be always reactive, correct? We need a simulation strategy in place, okay? That has been coming over and over, and it's just one of the things that really can strengthen our critical infrastructure. And then vigilance, or becoming vigilant responsibility really versus legislation. Well, the issue of legislation, it's like, what do you need if a chocho breaks into your home? You know, for our international delegates, a chocho is a thief, okay? If they break into your home, what are you looking at? To protect yourself first or to report the matter to police? So we have a responsibility first as organizations, as entities, and that has been coming over and over and over. That's another pillar towards protecting our critical infrastructure. And also isolation versus collaboration. We see we need the concept of neighborhood watch here, correct? And in fact, we need cybercrime neighborhood watch concept everywhere, because it's the only thing that is going to protect us collectively. And resilience versus prevention is another one. So we want to be as resilient as possible, okay? We don't just want to be preventing all the time. Let's be resilient to whatever they're trying to do against us. Let's prioritize on resilience. Thank you once again, and with that, we conclude our panel for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, very insightful discussion, and I'm sure you had many more questions. Of course, as we always had anticipated and expect, this shouldn't be the end of the dialogue. Always take it forward, engage. You have made new colleagues. I'm hoping that 5 per day networking session that we all committed to has been realized. If not, you know who to speak to, you know who to connect with, and you know who to network with. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we now turn our attention to a more critical component protecting our national infrastructure. let's talk about identity, because that's where everything starts. The collapse of securitization, the exploitation, forging, faking, manipulating identity. Yes, my good man. Thank you, good people. So, we were talking about identity and how critical identity is in the landscape of securitization. That takes us to the next discussion, the next topic, the next speaker. In today's digital landscape, it's no longer just systems that are targeted. It is access that is targeted. It is identity. It's who gets in and what they are able to do once they are in our systems. Ultimately, it's who holds the keys to the kingdom, if we all recall that amazingly entertaining earlier discussion we had with Mr. Mtetwa from Botswana's Data Fusion. Our next speaker, however, brings more and extremely robust, deep expertise in this space of identity. A cybersecurity specialist and senior solutions consultant at RSA Security, he's worked across the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa, supporting organizations in strengthening their security frameworks against modern evolving threats. His work focuses on identity and access management, and he is one of the instrumental key leaders within the field. Help me introducing our next expert to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Karim Yusuf. Round of applause, people.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'll say it again. Good morning. Yeah, now they're awake. Okay, perfect. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for being here today and being invited to be with you. Yeah, I flew all the way from Dubai to be here with you, and I'm glad that I'm be able to share some insights about RC's perspective in protecting critical infrastructure resources. But before we start, you all know what is critical infrastructure industries. We all know it could be from financial services, from government, from healthcare and medical. It's not only this, it's more and more about securing the critical resources within any organization. Not only the power plants or like water station or hospitals, etc., etc. It's about securing those critical resources that if anything got compromised, the damage will be severe. And we need to know how we can tackle the way of protecting these resources, but today we're gonna focus more on a separate angle of protecting these resources with the identity and access management capabilities. So let's first look at the challenges in securing critical infrastructure. There are a lot of things that we can think about, but I'm talking about like the most common threat vectors for critical infrastructure. You can see like the majority of it falls into one of these three categories. It could be compromised accounts, credentials, or maybe there's a vulnerability in your assets that needs to be patched, or anything else like needs to be fixed, or could be a denial of service attack that wants to bring the whole thing down, aside from bombing, of course. Yeah, but I want to focus mainly about the identity challenges, specifically about those critical infrastructure. So if we look at the organizations, we have organizations that have multiple identities within their organization. It could be whether like their employees, their third-party contractors, any external person who's working within the organization who has access to the systems within the organization. People can manage a lot of different identities, and the problem is you cannot manage everything if you don't have the visibility on what kind of access these people have into your organization. And of course, you need to correctly manage who can do what, and basically segment your network properly, or have a segregation of duty rules that make sure that, okay, I can, let's say, submit an expense, but I cannot approve it for myself. These kind of things that you need to do within an organization, but the problem is we see a lot of organizations, they lack the simple rules and everything is got mixed up. You see people who have like accumulated access when they move from one role to another over the organization, like all the way over the tenure in the company, like for 10 years, 15 years, they keep accumulating access and they keep emitting privileges for these accounts. And then no one knows what these people or what this specific account has access to and what damage it could bring if this account is compromised. And also, working with like distributed environments, like say I have multiple environments where I have different accounts, and of course these environments are distributed and totally separate and maybe air-gapped, and I want to make sure that this user can access this assets in this data center, and then if I go to another data center, which is so completely separate, I can still access the same thing securely. But working with this kind of environments is kind of difficult to manage and brings a lot of, like I'll say, attack surface that people can compromise. And of course, everyone knows that everything about compliance. You need to meet your compliance. But the problem with compliance is the ability to maintain the, I'll say, the know-how of how people can provide the evidence that you are protecting or doing your due diligence and have control on who can access your information and provide this evidence to the auditors when they need to. A lot of organizations today, unfortunately, they still use manual processes. They still use Excel sheets in tracking the user's access to the environment or to the resources, but at the same time, when an audit comes and they are required to provide evidence, they fail that because there will be a lot of human error associated with gathering the evidence and providing it in the right way. And this way, compliance can take, or audit can take forever. It can take months. But it's all about how to handle this kind of information in a proper way, in an automated way, to make sure that you're always compliant and you can always provide the auditors with the right evidence at the right time. So, why we're talking specifically about identity? If you look at identity from all the angles, identity will remain the most common and most consequential attack vector. Why? Because the human is the weakest link in all this chain. No matter what, no matter how you are protecting your infrastructure with tons of firewalls and WAFs and like whatever like tools you have in your environment to protect your resources, the human is still the weakest link, and basically this is what makes everyone go to the humans as a first line of attack to penetrate any organization. I'll just give you a quick example. Have you heard, anyone has heard about like what happened in Vegas a few years back, the attack that happened on the MGM Casino? Do you even know that MGM Casino got hacked? Yes, no? Some people know, some people don't. So, long story short, MGM Casino got breached with ransomware, and they were losing like $10 million every single day. So the attackers were able to get into the system. They put ransomware onto the back-end hotel system, as well as the casino machines and slots, and they refused to pay the ransom, and they had to build everything from scratch. Like maybe it took them like 3 weeks or maybe more, but losing them millions of dollars every single day. But how this attack happened? This attack only happened because the threat actor tried to impersonate the user and called the help desk to reset their password. As simple as that. The help desk personnel, maybe God rest his soul if it's still there, did not do the simple thing of simply verifying the identity of who is asking to reset the password. And once they were able to do that, and by the way, this MGM Casino at that time, they had an identity provider or MFA capabilities as well, but they were able to bypass that and be able to reset their password and do that. So even MFA sometimes is not secure, it can be bypassed, but at the same time, you cannot only rely on password. I don't want you to think about passwords anymore. Passwords are like old age. And if you think that having a strong password is going to help you in this kind of situations, I'm sorry to give you the bad news, but it's not. It's going to make it even worse. And with the AI, I would say, led attacks today, password compromisation can be done like this. So, if we talk about RSA, I'm not sure if anyone has heard about RSA before, but we are not a startup company. We've been in the market for over 40 years, and we were able to basically tackle every aspect of identity. We only focus on identity security. And over the years, we have come up with different technologies and innovations that made us a leader in this space over the years. And basically from authentication or multi-factor authentication to access platforms and single sign-on, all the way to governance and lifecycle capabilities. If you want to hear more about RSA, feel free to reach out to me after, but I'm just telling you because we've been in the market for so long, and some people just perceive RSA as just a token company. We provide hardware tokens to access banking resources, and that's it. That is not even close to the truth. We have evolved over the years, and we're able to provide more enhanced and more streamlined capabilities to make sure that your resources are protected in the right way. So when we're talking about securing the most critical resources, you need to think about multiple aspects. Thinking about resiliency. It's not only about making, first of all, the resources are up all the time, but you need to make sure that users can still access these resources securely as well, even if everything is down, even if it's offline, if it cannot connect to the main server. I still can authenticate securely to the resource without the need to fail open to just standard username and password that can be easily compromised. So RSA can work in different environments, whether it's air-gapped environments, pure on-prem environments, hybrid environments between on-prem and cloud. We can work with any other thing, any resource that you want to protect, whether these resources require on-prem capabilities or cloud capabilities or even a hybrid model. This is the main slide I want you to think about today. Protecting a critical infrastructure requires you to think differently. It requires a holistic approach of how you protect this environment from an identity perspective. So the first question is, who is the user? How can I make sure that you are who you claim you are? With a lot of phishing techniques and a lot of phishing information, users can simply share their OTP. If you think OTP also is still secure, OTP can be phished. And it can be getting in the way by people having fake servers trying to fetch your OTP and use it before it expires to get access to the system. So you need to make sure who is the user. And I want to make sure that they are using a stronger authentication method when they access this resource before we allow them in. The second question is what they can access. So the first thing is in having a proper strategy for protecting your critical infrastructure is to have visibility on who has access to what. And the answer to this question will give you a lot of information on where your users are standing in your organization, what resources they are accessing, what are the entitlements they have over these resources. And when you have this information, you'll be able to do user reviews or user access verification to make sure that if you want to keep this access for the user or you want to revoke them, or maybe, as I mentioned, people accumulate access over time. So do I need to give them the same access even if they move roles within the organization? I can revoke their old access and I can provide them with the access that is only required by their role and nothing else. The third question is, where is the user management? The problem is users are scattered all over the way. It could be on a database, it could be on Active Directory, it could be on anywhere else. But the problem is where it is managed and how you can make sure that users are enrolled securely in order to register their devices for MFA capabilities and making sure they are using the right methods. And also when they lose their credentials, what they should do, how I can make sure that when the user try to, let's say, repair or recover his credentials or his lost credentials, how can I make sure that this is done in a more secure way that ensures that the user will not be compromised and I can be able to verify that user before I allow them to do that. When they can use this access. And I mentioned about all the manual processes. Let's say if a user joins the organization or users moves within the organization from one role to another, or even a user leaves the organization. There are different processes in place that can be done, but still organizations still rely on manual processes in moving access or assigning new access or revoking access. And that leaves, like so say some like tail crimes that use access or threat access can use like orphaned accounts or dormant accounts. It's just human nature. You will forget keeping things, but if you don't automate this process and if you don't have a way to automate this kind of assigning the entitlements or revoking the entitlements or disabling the user accounts when something goes wrong or the user leaves the organization, you will leave yourself with a backdoor that threat actors can use. And dormant accounts or orphan accounts is one of the most common threat vector for this kind of attacks. And the last question is, why do they have it? Do they still need access to this like entitlements or not? So it's all about the governance of the user and the life cycle of the user within the organization. I need to keep track of the user access every time to be in continuous compliance, and at the same time, with automation, I can provide the evidence more faster. I can make sure that I know what the user is accessing and how they're accessing it, when they're accessing it, and I can provide more valid information for the auditors when I have a compliance that I need to meet. So RSA provides you with a whole unified identity platform that can help you address all of these questions and answer all of these questions. And the more thing that RSA also platform helps you is to make sure that the right user has the right access to the right resource at the right time. So remember these four. The right user has the right access to the right resource at the right time. This is the whole identity story that's all about. Making sure all of this. But to answer this question, or to make sure that you have the right users, have the access to the right resource at the right time, it's not just one button that you're going to click and make it happen. It's a journey that you and RSA we're going to go together in and make sure that you have access, you have answers to all of these questions. So RSA provide a unified identity platform, and as I mentioned, RSA is a security-first company. You won't find RSA investing in gaming applications or anything else other than security. We are security-first focused. And we leverage also machine learning and AI intelligence in order to provide you with insights in order to detect the threats and automate the response to the threats. And also make sure you have a continuous compliance by making sure that user is compliant, have the right access at all time, even if they move within the organization or if they decide to do something else. So it's all about, again, the flexibility and the automation process that RSA provides in order to make your life more easier, and at the same time, make sure that you address all the gaps that the threat actors can utilize in order to get access to your organization. And of course, we use like open standards to integrate with any kind of resource, whether it's on-prem or in a cloud. But as you can see, like the whole unified identity platform is all about providing or covering everything from the aspects of authentication, MFA capabilities, or passwordless authentication, all the way to access platforms and single sign-on capabilities, as well as providing you with the governance and lifecycle, let's say, solution that helps with the governance of the user lifecycle within the organization itself. And we offer different like flavors for the architecture. Like we have pure on-prem architecture that can work in air-gapped environments, can work in networks where there's no need for internet access, or you don't want to go for cloud because of compliance regulations. And we see this all the time. But having the option to use the on-prem components and be able to, for example, if customers are open to leverage the cloud capability, they can leverage it in a way to leverage the more modern capabilities to your on-prem environment. And also we have the hybrid model, which is the sweet spot between the two, I would say, worlds of on-prem and the cloud. And the good news is that we're working now on bringing all of our cloud capabilities to the on-prem world by using something that we refer to as a sovereign deployment. So basically, all our cloud capabilities, we are in the process of bringing all of these features and capabilities down on-prem, because we know that a lot of markets and industries, they cannot go to the cloud for any reason, but they need to utilize these additional or modern capabilities on their on-prem environment. Currently, they need to use the cloud for this to happen. But we are in the process of bringing the cloud features down for them so they can leverage it in a more efficient way and a more secure way. These are some of the capabilities and features, of course, that are offered within the RSA platform. But ID verification, as I mentioned, is most crucial because it requires the users to prove who they are before we allow them even access to any resource in the organization. It could be either through government issues documents that needs to be uploaded, and then we need to record a video for self-verification, and even this can be also helping with the deepfakes. So these systems can also verify the deepfakes document that you upload, make sure that they are original and not fakes, and be able to verify the user before we allow them to even register their devices for MFA capabilities, for example. Mobile lock is another feature that I don't want to think of it as an MDM because we do not provoke any privacy on the user device. For users who are using their own device to access like critical resources, mobile lock is a feature that basically is embedded in the RSA authentication app, and it will lock only the RSA app if it detects any anomalous activity on the mobile device. Like if the user decides to jailbreak his device, or for example, if they decided to install a malicious application, or his mobile got compromised and the threat actor is installing a malicious software, then the RSA app can detect this and will be able to lock the RSA authentication app so that the user cannot authenticate to any resource, but yet without touching anything else on the user's device. We don't have any control, we don't require any special permissions on the user device. It's only the RSA app that you can download from Apple Store or Google Play, the same as any application on your phone. We talked about the authentication aspects, but RSA offers the most variety of authentication methods, ranging from traditional authentication options like software tokens, hardware tokens, or SMS, OTP, to the more modern authentication options like FIDO, like QR code authentication, biometrics, and Face ID. Even hardware tokens as well can be leveraged with them in a more efficient way, or can be combined with a hardware OTP and a FIDO in the same single device. So we offer different ways for authentication for users that can meet their needs regardless of where they are. If they are purely on-prem or environment that cannot allow mobile devices to be there, for users who are allowed to use their mobile devices, or for users who, for example, that don't want to use it and use a software version on their desktop itself. We offer different variety of authentication options that can be used either online as well as offline. So again, I'm going to end up with this. I'm not like a fan of marketing slides, but just to give you the sense of where RSA at globally. RSA is, by the way, is known for securing the most secure governments, especially in the US, in the federal government. Any federal government with like 3 letters, they use RSA for protection. And even like with worldwide customers, and our specialty, or basically our focus, where we have proven ourselves, is with the government and like banking sectors and other critical infrastructure organizations that wants to have a pure on-prem and yet a most secure way to authenticate to the users, even if there's no connection, if there's no access to the server whatsoever. I need to make sure that I'm not going to leave the back door open for threat actors to slip into my organization by simply compromising my passwords or anything else. So with this, I would like to thank you all for your time. I know that like the buzz, like 1 minute left, 2 minutes left. But that's why I need to be rushing a little bit. But I totally appreciate your presence, and I appreciate the time that you've given me. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me after the event or in the networking break, and I'm happy to answer any of the questions. Thank you so much.
Give Mr. Karim another round of applause, please, for that very comprehensive presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we break for coffee, just to re-energize ourselves for the remainder of our program, we would like a brief moment to just recognize our exhibitors. While many of our partners and exhibitors were acknowledged and celebrated last night at the VIP Gala Dinner, we want to ensure that those that were actively engaging with our delegates throughout the duration of this conference are also honored and recognized, because they were instrumental in sharing insights, showcasing solutions, and ultimately creating meaningful interactions. And that is what this conference is all about. To do so, and to assist me in handing out the certificates of appreciation as well as invitations to the NICSC 2027, I'd like to call onto the stage our Chief Executive Officer for DS Tech Namibia, the organization responsible for bringing this platform to life. Ms. Elizabeth Simon, could you kindly join us on stage? I'll now call upon the following organizations who we'd just like to appreciate for being part of such a memorable experience. Firstly, the South African Airways, who's not only an exhibitor but also a sponsor and partner, ensuring that our delegates were able to attend from far and wide. We have over 20 countries represented here, not just from the African continent, but beyond. Thank you, South African Airways. I'd also like to call upon to the stage my co-host, Dr. Nishal, without whom I literally cannot do anything. Dr. Nish, could you kindly come and help us with the awards? Please give him a round of applause. Our next certificate of appreciation and invitation to the NICSC 2027, we would like to call upon to the stage Mr. Leon Aldrich of Aphotic Securities, an incredible defensive and offensive security institution when it comes to cybersecurity, and they've been essential in helping us understand cybersecurity better, even through the tabletop exercise that they facilitated yesterday. Thank you, Aphotic Securities. Could we give them another round of applause, please? Our next exhibitor that we would like to recognize and appreciate this morning, or rather this afternoon, is Mimecast South Africa. Could our representative from Mimecast kindly join us on stage, please? And can we give them a thunderous round of applause? I don't see the representative present, but in their absentia, we would just like to thank them once more. Next, we'd like to honor and share our sincere gratitude and appreciation to Cylansic Pty Ltd. Could our representative from Cylansic kindly join us on stage, please? We hope to see you next year again at the NICSC 2027. I hope you've marked your calendars because we've already set a date, and that is as of the 21st until the 23rd of April 2027. And because we are already sending the Google Meet invitation now, so there's no excuse to not see every single one of you in this room again next year. Thank you once more, Cylansic. And last but not least, we'd like to show our heartfelt appreciation to the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Could our representative from ACFA kindly join us on stage? We just got a word that she's on her way back and currently in the flight that is sponsored by SA Airways. So in their absentia, can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you, Madam Simon. Thank you, Dr. Nish. We'll now be getting into our coffee break just to boost our energies with a little bit of caffeine and also give you an opportunity to speak to some of our moderators and panelists as well as speakers that engaged us this morning and unpacked some of the questions the pressing questions that you had. As for our viewers, we will return after 30 minutes. Do stay tuned, and thank you. Our program will resume at exactly 1 o'clock, not African time, 1 o'clock.
Under the theme Securing Africa's Digital Future, Innovation, Resilience and Sovereignty, the conference brings together experts from the digital space who will dissect social engineering tactics and defenses as well as artificial intelligence, to mention a few. Follow NBC on all its platforms as we bring you this exciting event in the capital, Windhoek. NBC, it's ours. The third International Cybersecurity Conference and Exhibition will take place from the 22nd to the 24th of April this year under the theme Securing Africa's Digital Future, Innovation, Resilience and Sovereignty. The conference brings together experts from the digital space who will dissect social engineering tactics and defenses as well as artificial intelligence, to mention a few. Follow NBC on all its platforms as we bring you this exciting event in the capital, Windhoek. NBC, it's ours. The third International Cybersecurity Conference and exhibition will take place from the 22nd to the 24th of April this year under the theme Securing Africa's Digital Future, Innovation, Resilience and Sovereignty. The conference brings together experts from the digital space who will dissect social engineering tactics and defenses as well as artificial intelligence, to mention a few. Follow NBC on all its platforms as we bring you this exciting event in the capital, Windhoek.
After all, we are gathered under the theme of securing Africa's digital future through means of innovation, resilience, and sovereignty. So how fitting. His work speaks to one clear reality, and that is that cybersecurity is not a technical issue, but a national priority. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Hector Mwemba.
Good afternoon, good morning. Is it afternoon? Okay. My fellow cybersecurity comrades. Are we good? I called you comrades today because I might speak about politics and I'm going to speak on politics a bit. So bear with me. Are we together? So before we get started, who hacked my Wi-Fi? Huh? No, yesterday I deliberately changed my SSID to hack me if you can. I changed my SSID Wi-Fi to hack me if you can. And I deliberately put in a low encryption, which is WEP. I think some of you know it. WEP encryption. So yeah, I deliberately put in a low encryption, WEP, so that somebody can hack him. And then later on, when I was at the gala dinner, I see somebody called Shadow Ghost is logged in. I see somebody called Black Ducky is logged in. So somebody here is doing that. But I did that for a challenge because I wanted to see that we have some capable people that can do that. And I've also done that now. You can check it, hack me if you can. The SSID is there. If you find it, try to hack me. All right. Colleagues in the cybersecurity world, my topic for today is on securing mining and mineral value chains. Yeah, so is there anybody from the mining sector around here? Ministry of Mines and Energy, somebody? Okay. Now this is a great topic. And when I was doing my research, I found out this topic is actually underrated. Nobody really talks about cybersecurity in mines. I don't know, for some reason, everybody's worried about your banks, your telecoms, your NAMRAs. Nobody's really worried about the mines. Okay, so let me just quick, how do I operate this? Is the speaker? Anybody to assist me? Yeah, so yeah, I think Madame Day has really introduced me well. I don't need to go into that. But I'm also part of a team of young, dynamic people, colleagues, called CIMS Technologies. We founded CIMS Technologies in so initially to say we started it in 2014. However, it was officially registered and all that in 2019. We have so many young, energetic people that really wants to hack into your systems. Maybe some of them are here. They might try to. Do you understand? But they're not only hacking into your system, they are hacking into your system to test your vulnerabilities. You understand? So we want to go now, I think after this research, we are really going into the mining sector. We want to really improve the mining security. Okay? Okay, so this is where we were going as a CIMS team. We really want to go up to Africa in terms of mining, in terms of securing the integrity of Africa. Okay, now let's come back to the topic. What happens if we are hacked? What happens if the mines are down tomorrow? Do you know the African countries? Our GDP per capita is 4,000. Our GDP per capita is 4,500 US dollars. That would equate to, that is going to equate to almost 70,000, 60,000 Namibian dollars. That means each person in the whole country can at least have 70,000 Namibian dollars. But okay, we know that's not the case, but yeah. Are we together? Our GDP, nominal GDP, according to NSA, is around 250 billion. So our economy is around 250 billion Namibian dollars. So if you have 250 billion Namibian dollars as an economy, 27% of that GDP is with mining. And half of that, the export income and revenue, half of 50% is still with the mining. So you see how critical our mining sector is. So if it's down tomorrow, we might be losing at least 30 million. We might lose 30 million a day. You see how obscene that is. So we really need to protect the integrity of the mining industry. And the mining industry is the vulnerable industry as we speak. Okay, and I'll show you why. So when we talk about mining, I'm sure most of you think of a person wearing a hat and the truck and the open pit, you see that? But when we talk about mining, it's a value chain. We start from the exploration. You see that? So from the exploration, you have, this is where you have your Recon Africa. You remember Recon Africa? Your Santana Energy. They do the exploration. So those people, they have what we call IP, intellectual property information. Do you understand? They have the drills, the GPS of coordinates, etc., etc. That information should be protected with encrypted key because they also have their competitors that can do the same. Do you understand? So it's very important to protect them. Now we come to the extraction, the extraction part. So the extraction, on the extraction, that's where your De Beers, your Rosing, your Swakop Huseb mine, your Langer Hendricks, your Scorpion Sea, this is where they are doing the extraction. Now when they are doing this extraction, wherever they are, they have different systems. We call them ICS, Industrial Controlled Systems, SCADAs that monitor the process logics of those mining systems. We have IPs, so the operational technologies, systems, the programming logic controllers. So these systems, as we all know, they are vulnerable because they don't get updates as such. So I'll show you with that. Processing, that is where now you get your, they are still, actually most of the mining that does extraction, they still do the processing, okay, of getting into drilling the ore, crushing the bigger rocks, getting the minerals as such. And then you have your refineries. This is where your NDTC, that's where they do the sorting of diamonds, you understand? And then you have your export. You see the value chain from where it's starting. This is still mining. So every value chain should be protected as such. So Valves Bay, that's where you have your, when you talk about export now, you have your diamonds, that's where you have your Namport, that's where you have your Trans-Namib exporting. So the type of system that they keep, are they vulnerable, or should we protect them? Now, since I'm talking about a case study, I want to tell you politics now. 2008 to 2010, Iran. Do we still remember Iran? Did we forget? Right now it's happening. And I'll tell you the reason why. A person that had the USB, an engineer that had the USB, has caused almost World War III. It started with a USB. Do you understand? So let me tell you about Stuxnet. Stuxnet was developed by, assumably, the United States and Israel, right? This was a malware program that was in a USB. It was developed by the United States and Israel, assumably, because they denied that. But I think Mr. Trump later on said, no, we had them, we saw, we got their Stuxnet. But that program, it was Iran's national program. They had a nuclear program that they wanted to achieve. But what happened was, can I explain this? I think let me put it in a Namibian way. What happened is, I'm an engineer, for example, I'm an engineer at Swakop Uranium. I'm chilling, right? So I'm just chilling out there, and I pick up a USB. I go to my terminal, I plug that USB in. You don't know the effect of that USB, because right now we are in a war because of that USB. That USB had delayed the program, the nuclear program, because that malware, even though there are systems, they have centrifuge systems that were air-gapped. So it's air-gapped, it's not connected to the internet, but the malware propagated. Do you understand? So still, even if you have these air-gapped systems, you still have malwares that will propagate to each and every and exploit every system. So these centrifuges were moving faster and faster and faster, and they destroyed the uranium. Are we together? The uranium program. And that nuclear program was delayed for 2 years. Iran would have had a nuclear before 2016, when Donald Trump took it. And we could have avoided this, because they would have had a nuclear already. Now, I don't want to go into what they might have used it for, but it's not mine. But I'm saying they would have had this before this. So when Donald Trump took over, it was a different story. They didn't have the nuclear, because somebody decided to plug in a USB. So Stuxnet case study, I would like you guys to do your research on that. That is a very good case study, because Namibia, we are in the same category. You know why? Because, okay, so that is, because Namibia is number 3, the third producer in the whole world, by the way. We produce almost 12% of uranium. Are we together? So if we are producing 12% of the world's uranium, that is revenue, that is somebody, and uranium is becoming valuable and valuable. Do you understand? Because uranium powers us. So we are the third. And from what I hear, another exploration was done. We might even be the first after Kazakhstan. Do you understand? So why wouldn't we be targeted? What is the motive of somebody not targeting our uranium facilities? Do you understand? And due to lack of policies, because we have been talking about this the whole event, due to lack of policies, right? We lack policies, we lack procedures on how to do things. So due to lack of policies, somebody in Iran had caused an entire warfare, because it could have just been a procedure in the policy to say, look, nobody is allowed to use a USB in this facility. This is a critical facility. Do you understand? And we are still here trying to find out the policies, but if we lack these policies, we don't implement them. So we might be the next Iran. Do you understand? Okay, so so this is what I was saying. Identical attack vectors. You know, so the Stuxnet, they were using a different, they were using a different type of system. And their system, they used a mixture, because they had, that was Windows XP back then, but that Windows XP was a specialized Windows XP, which was Windows CC. Do you understand? And that Windows CC is the specialized operating system that operates only on industry control system, like the ones they used in Iran. Okay, so this is, I think I've spoken about this. This is why mining matters. We have 27% of our economy. 27% of our economy relies on mining. That means if we were to be hacked, if we were to be down for so long, there wouldn't be no revenue. If you go to NAMRA right now, NAMRA should give you the amount of revenue that the mining industry brings in. People have built VIP wards at Katutura Hospital. That money is from, most of it, half of it is from the mining industry. Do you understand? People are building roads, schools. Do you understand? So this is important because the mining industry is one of the sectors that is not being protected, it's not being given attention. Do you understand? We are here trying to protect our servers, our computers, but the most important critical backbone of our system is at risk. Okay, so we all know our mines, different mines that we have, our De Beers, our Huseb, but I want to talk about the threats now, the threat factors. What are the threat landscape of the mining industry? What really should we focus on? Ransomware, SCADAs. SCADA systems are at risk because, first of all, to replace these systems, you get, every day you almost get your Windows update. Every month, every day, you almost get your Windows update. A SCADA system, due to the nature of, it's also expensive. So it only gets updates at least 5 years. That is even better because some SCADA systems only get the updates 10 years afterwards. So if you are a person that really wants to do hacking or you want to threat the mining industry, your motive is to hack the mining industry, then you would target these SCADA systems. All right, supply chain attacks. Supply chain attacks, colleagues. I don't know if you guys remember what happened in 2020 with the SolarWinds. Do you? SolarWinds is a company that does IT management software. I think some of your organization might have it. So in 2020, they sent out an update. That update they sent out was compromised. When they sent it out, 18,000 organizations throughout the world were compromised due to a supplier. I don't know how many of you does vetting, because you might come in and CIMS or what other companies here, Angular CC is here. You don't even do the vetting on Angular CC. They want to give you a software. You don't even, so, no, it's fine. We just want to. You have to do proper vetting in terms of securing them. Do you understand? Making sure that your third party, your suppliers, who are they? Where do they come from? What do they do? What type of security is in place? Did we do a pen test, a vulnerability test? Okay, I think my time is running up, but the most dangerous threat I think not only for the mining, but everywhere, is the insider threat. Colleagues, we have 3 hats. You are black hat, white hat, or gray. So imagine you are a gray hat. You are both sides. You work for an organization called, what organization can I give an example of? Telecom, since I've been there. So you work for an organization called Telecom. Now at Telecom, you are a disgruntled employee. You want to leave Telecom. You are tired. The salary is not well, or whatever it is reason. And you have, remember that as administrators, as cybersecurity administrators, system administrators, you have the most privilege. You actually have more privilege than the CEO. Do you know that? Because if I'm working on an ERP system right now, I can give myself privileges. I can pay myself. Do you understand? You can give yourself privileges because you are the administrator, and nobody really checks that. All right? Be careful of the insider threat. And there are ways of treating them. There are ways of ensuring and controlling them. Do you understand? So my presentation, I mean, my time is almost done. I could have gone into details. But so some of the hardening ways, air gapping most critical system if it's mining, creating the necessary set for mining only. Do you understand? We don't have a set. We have a set for everybody. But mining needs special attention. I don't know, my lady, if she's here from the set, we really need a set and a SOC, the Security Operating Center. We have network, we don't have a Security Operating Center for mining. We really need that. All right. Colleagues, I think my presentation was a bit short, so cut off. Sorry, it was a bit cut off because of time. I only had a minute. But to conclude, my time is up, unfortunately, with my lady. But to conclude, colleagues, my fellow colleagues, to conclude, we are given responsibility, probably the highest responsibility of any organization. If you are a cybersecurity personnel, you are given the biggest responsibility. That responsibility is to protect your organization. Everybody looks up to you for protection. Whether your company pays you less money or whatever, please handle that responsibility with care. Do you understand? So I thank you. And colleagues, if you want to reach us, I think this is you can find us on cimsna.tech. You can always get it from there. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, AIs, cybersecurity threats in the room. That was a very insightful presentation. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that it spoke to one of the GDP movers within Namibia, the mining landscape. It behooves all of us, again, to take account of what has been said. I think the value within the presentation is that there has to be more focus on our critical assets. I was surprised when we saw the graph which actually showed how much of consideration the mining sector has insofar as cybersecurity is concerned. You guys are vulnerable. We are vulnerable. The nation is vulnerable, and hence Africa is vulnerable. Take to heart, take to heed, and for the leaders who can influence, take to influence. All right, good people. Next up, I have the privilege and honor to introduce to the stage someone very dear to heart. You know, when we have to move within Africa, when we have to expose ourselves to thought leadership events like this, we do so with an intention. an intention to connect, an intention to unite, an intention to collaborate, to live Ubuntu, to ensure that we are united Africa. And we grow a family. When it comes to Namibia, I trust that when we look around the table, we consider each other the cybersecurity family of Namibia. And as part of the family, I wish to call upon one of my daughters of the family from South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce Mrs. Grace Letseka, a respected leader in cybersecurity, resilience, data governance, IT risk, and digital assurance. With experience spanning technology risk, governance, audit, and cyber resilience, Ms. Letseka brings a powerful blend of strategic insight and operational understanding to modern cybersecurity conversations. Her skill set doesn't just stop at cybersecurity. Currently, she contributes to transformational leadership as a PhD candidate within cybersec, governance, and resilience. Currently, my dear Grace is the president of the Africa chapter, South African chapter within Africa of the Corporate Women in Leadership Institute, driven by the United Kingdom Global Prime chapter. Currently, Gracie also stands beside me as a director of the Africa Communications Institute, driving the African Agenda 2063. As a consummate professional, as the first national bank and first RAN head of resilience and data, she represents the kind of leadership Africa needs as we strengthen digital trust, institutional resilience, cyber readiness, and everything that has to do with what we have articulated within the past 3 days. Our good Gracie will be talking to us on third-party cyber risk, resilience lessons, and remember, good people, we keep on talking about protecting our systems. What happens when you call upon a party which is actually an exposure to the millions of protective grids that you might have put into your own system? Third parties are important within an ecosystem, and she will be articulating today on that. Please join me in welcoming my dear Grace Letseka.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just asking for a mic to move around because I don't want to be stagnant here. AV team. Hey, you can already see the slides are moving. Huh? 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think they gave a very warm introduction. I'm definitely sure the picture that you saw there is not what you're seeing here. You saw someone in short hair, you know, all those, and you're probably confused, right? But we are not there. Definitely, let's talk about third party. I know that the past 2 days, including today, which is the third day, you've been hearing a lot about technicalities on cyber attacks, cyber security, the different kinds of attacks, your denial, whatever, DSSD, whatever, things that we can't even, you know, pronounce, some of us. But I thought to myself, let me just bring a little bit of, I don't want to say life, but simplicity in my presentation. You are either a third party somewhere, or there is someone who is a third party to you. At any point in time, there are certain definitely services or products that you consume from a service provider, etc. So we can never run away from third parties. But more so, we do have organizations as well. And most of our organizations are outsourcing many services as well as productions or products, right? Previous speakers, they spoke about the criticality of supply chain attacks. But more so, others spoke about the vetting the contractors, etc. But I think what stood out for me is a presentation that was done by Mr. Karim. I hope I'm not butchering that name. I had to write it down. And I think on the key aspect of some of the key challenges for securing critical infrastructure, he spoke about the management of multiple identities, including the third party and contract identities. And I think these are some of the things that we take lightly. Whenever we are onboarding a particular third party, we seem to be, sorry, I had forgotten about this. Thank you. Should I go this side? Okay, I should use this mic. I want to move around. My slides are moving. Why do you want me to be standing here? But anyway, I'll stand here. So what I want to share today around third parties, I would like to share the realities of third-party risk. But more so, I would like to also share some of the myths that exist, as well as some of the facts. And over and above that is the third-party control layers. We do have multifacets of risk layers, but I'm going to unpack a bit about certain controls that we have blind spots on. Right? We know cybersecurity, people have spoken about authentication, authorization, encryption methods, etc. They've spoken about network security, everything that is there. But I think number 11, it's very important because most of our organizations as well, they still outsource some of the IT services and products. Some of the softwares that we utilize are third-party softwares. I tell you now, even currently we are live streaming on a third-party platform, which could be a YouTube, etc. And some of the things that we never ask ourselves is, how safe are we from the resilience perspective, right? And how safe are they, our third parties, from their own resilience perspective posture? I put in this because I think fundamentally, third parties play a very important role in the interconnectedness of any organization. Each and every organization, at some point, they have to outsource something, or they have to also go out and get some service or product, etc. So I thought this should be out there. But there are practical cases that has happened where we are reliant on certain third parties from the connectivity standpoint, from software standpoint, from antivirus standpoint, etc. The question is, whenever these third parties are hacked, or whenever these third parties are disrupted, then what do we do? Do we have alternate third parties? Do we have any substitutions? Have we looked at our concentration risks? Those are some of the things that as organizations we don't really look into. We are saying we do have a vendor, this vendor is capable. But I think at the vetting process, those are some of the things that we need to start asking ourselves. If my resilience and continuity is reliant on this particular third party, how is their security posture sitting like? So we experienced, I think a year ago, or a year before last, CCOM undersea cable breakage. And some of the Microsoft platforms were not working. And then others thought the platform of CCOM was actually hacked. So we could not, we saw, I think across Africa, there was disruption. We could not communicate, we couldn't do anything. And no one ever sat down and asked themselves, with this concentration risk, what does it mean to the continuity or the resilience of our organizations? But more so, there was a CrowdStrike as well, where the airports actually, there was non-operability. People got black screen or blue screens on this CrowdStrike, etc. They couldn't continue with the operations of the day. And the question is, when we are faced with that, what are the control layers? What control layers do we really consider? There was an AWS cyber attack last year as well. And many of us, our information sits on a cloud instances. And did we even ask ourselves, how protected are we? Are they even monitoring their cybersecurity posture? Are we even continuously testing our cybersecurity posture with them? And those are some of the regulatory mandates that have come through, but I'm going to get into that in my next slides. Now, in the past, when it comes to third-party risk, it used to be an isolated thing. Whenever a third party was hacked, we would say, yeah, they are hacked and I'm not really affected in everything. But presently, it's a different trajectory altogether. Presently, our third parties are a vessel. They are being predominantly used to attack the main organization. because they know that we holistically outsource most of our products and services. And they will go for that weakest link of a third party that has connectivity into our network. And that's how they get us. I have some use cases that I will be projecting shortly. But that is what is currently happening. They are exploiting the weakest link within your third-party ecosystem. And that's how they ultimately get into unauthorized access within our perimeters, network perimeters. And I think it's rather important that we start thinking along the ways of how do we continuously monitor to ensure that both of us are really protected. Now, research says 59% of organizations, they've experienced third-party related breaches in the past 2 years. And we've seen a global increase year in, year out from 15% in 2023 to 30% in 2024. And this is because there is heavy reliance with this rapid digital transformation. Now, these are some of the myths that actually exist around the third-party cyber risk. It's not something that we even talk about because we see it as non-technical, but it's actually something that needs to be paid attention to. We often think that when we are secured, third parties do not matter. But in actual fact, these are the transportation of any attacks within the main organization. At times, we assess at onboarding and we think everything is fine, then we carry on without revisiting or reassessing some of the due diligences with our vendors. And we think that once-off assessment, if it was well and good, we are good to go for the longest period of time. But we don't know that whatever that we may have identified or that worked today, tomorrow it might not work. But lastly, we think small vendors are not a big threat when it comes to cyber. But actually, those are the prime targets for these people to actually get into our main organizations. I put this, I was sharing this with a friend of mine that, you know what, I like this joke, for example, you know, how we keep on really falling into these vulnerabilities. Because whenever you see something that says free, you just go for it. And there is this movie that I like, it's The Great Hack. And they once said, today's gadgets, they come with a great power and convenience, but at what cost? Have we asked ourselves, and we already know, all of us, that we are the product. So I just want to maybe challenge everyone in this room currently. We know that last year, Google platform was hacked. And we know that most of us are utilizing Google, Gmails, and everything. And the question is, do we do what we call digital health check? So I would like to request everyone that is in this room to just go on their mobile and type, have I been pawned? And when they get there, can they put their personal email? What this platform will do, will tell you how many breaches do you currently have on your personal email, even on your work email. It will tell you how to remediate that. It will even tell you what information or access they have. So please, I'm going to give it a 2 minutes, and I would like maybe 2 or 3 volunteers to tell me what is it that they got. Have I been pawned? You just go in there, you put in your personal email, and you go check. And someone is already saying, ah. How many breaches are you seeing, my dear sister? 12 breaches. Were you aware that those breaches exist? Yeah, they usually say there are 2 types of people. You are either hacked, you don't know it, or you are hacked and you know. So you never knew up until today. But you know what I like about that is it will tell you what information, who is the source of the attack, the information that has been harvested or attacked. And at times we kind of take this lightly. These 12 breaches, they might not even exploit them or manipulate them today. They can harvest it and keep them for the next coming 10 years to come. And when you're relaxed in December festival, that's when they start attacking. They just want you to let your guard down. Any other person? We've seen 12. Yes, my brother over there? 14. Were you aware that you've been breached 14 times? Slaps once, yeah. Any other person? We have, oh, 0. Okay, there are zeros. Okay, 0. I'm hearing a 6 somewhere. You have 6. But I'm glad that it will also give you the steps in how you can go about resolving those. And if you are struggling, you can come to me. So yeah, that was just the 2 minutes that I wanted to illustrate that digital health check is very important. Don't think that you cannot fall victim any day. It happens, you might know it, but when you're sleeping, we are busy. Right? I'm gonna talk about some of the serious and real cases that actually happened. The Telecom Namibia ransomware, we are all aware of it. And I think when this happened, it was just few weeks, if not few days, or few days after the last year's conference, right? When we went to the research in terms of this and trying to understand the origination of this ransomware or the attack, one of the key things that we saw was the outsourced services. The telecom within Namibia operates as a national backbone provider, and everyone else is utilizing them. Now, the breaches, they may have created some downstream exposure because there are certain government entities that actually relies on these services. There are financial institutions, etc. But there is also a third-party angle in this. We should also get an understanding that there is a utilization of external IT service providers, shared platforms, identity services, and software dependencies. And the question that we are asking ourselves is, all these other parameters, are they really secured? And if they are not secured, this could be a vessel or a channel or a transportation for the hackers to gain an access into the main platform, which is the telecom. Similarly to the Namibia Airports Company that experienced the cyber attack as well, there is a third-party angle on that because there is over-reliance on third-party systems, from airline integrations, securing system bookings, etc. And have we really asked ourselves, are these other third parties really secured? Are they sitting down and also engaging with these people and do what we call an independent test with them? Simulations, the other panel spoke about simulations, proactively simulating whether we are both secured. Because in as much as I can use you as a service provider, if you are not secure, I'm as much useless if I think I'm secured. We do have practical other examples in SA where a third party insider threat, they literally took information to the dark web as well. And that was as a result of this attack. And we have TransUnion as well, that most of us utilize it, and we take it as a third-party platform where we check our credit score, etc. And that was also hacked. Have we asked ourselves, how safe are these platforms? How safe are these third-party platforms as well? So this is the part that I wanted to actually spend some time on, right? And this is the homework. Hey, they say time is up. Imagine, as I was getting into things, but anyway, I only have 2 minutes, so I'm gonna be very quick, right? I think what is important, and this is the homework that I'm gonna give to yourselves, what is important is go back to your organizations and start identifying what is critical to your organization, meaning that if that particular business activity is not operational, then what happens to your business? Each and every business has that backbone. Go back to your business and start doing the critical function mapping. And after doing that, you start tiering that in as much as I have this critical function within my organization, who are the third parties that are enabling the execution of this particular critical function? And I'll just make a typical example with the banking sector. In the bank, if I have lending as a critical function, lending will have home loans, will have personal loans, etc. And when one comes and asks for that money, there's going to be other third parties that will come in to do your KY, know your customer, your credit score and everything. It's very fundamental to get an understanding of the third parties that are playing a role in you executing your critical businesses. And once you have tiered them and you know who is extremely critical, start getting an understanding around the data sharing practices. What connection do they have to your network? What data do they share? Data of your customers, the retention period, where is it stored? Is it safe wherever it's stored? And also, I think what is important, in as much as they can tell you that the platform is safe, do what we call resilience testing with them. Do simulations with your third parties, just to make sure that whatever they're saying is just not a word of mouth. You have evidence to that. I think another important thing is the exit strategies. Revisit all the contractual clauses that you have with your third parties and look at the exit strategy. Others will call it divorcing your third parties. At times when a particular third party is exiting, we just let them go without having consideration of, do they still have access to our network perimeters? What data do they have on their records that belongs to us, etc.? So those are some of the things that I want you to consider, but most importantly, something that is more so of a blind side is the nth parties or the fourth parties. Our third parties, they use other third parties to assist us in carrying out certain functions. They use subcontractors, etc. Get an understanding around those, but most importantly, get an understanding of your alternate third party, that if Grace is unable to come to Namibia, who is my alternative that I can utilize so that I'm not disrupted, so that my business is resilient by design. Concentration risk is also important. As you assess your concentration risk, also assess who could be the alternate service provider that can actually come in and assist me in mitigating that. I'm not gonna go into many nitty-gritties. Let's try to also start upskilling our third parties, but more so, let's even have third-party incident playbooks. You know that if your third party is hacked, what is the playbook? How are we gonna go about executing some of the actions to ensure that we are remediated from that, to ensure that we are disconnected from that? So yeah, I think I'm just gonna play a video, which is just a minute. And this video, what is this video doing? Is my time up? Okay. It's a 2-minute video. AB, may you please play the video for me? I'm trying to click here. It doesn't want to play? This video is very important. We cannot declare this a conference without this video. Huh? AV team. People need to walk out of here very motivated. We can't be talking technicalities only. Oh, my time is up. But the AV team, just 2 minutes, I promise you. I'm gonna... Is it not playing? It's a picture. No, it's a link, but anyway, it's fine. I understand you're hacked. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, so that video is about a small boy that was actually faced with a particular level of an obstacle. And it was raining, and he needed to move that obstacle in order to get to the next point. He took an initiative as a small boy to try and push that obstacle out. And he started off alone. The obstacle was bigger than him. But I think what was important for him was making an excuse, is allowing myself to remain where I am. And as he took an initiative to push that out, others came to assist. And the reason why I want to leave this message to you all is, as you take an initiative, don't think that you're alone. We'll definitely be here to assist and to support. And you can reach out to us, and we'll definitely ensure that we move the curve to the positive side. Thank you so much, everyone. We truly appreciate being here. Don't worry, I'm not getting off the stage yet. They are about to introduce me again. Dr. Nish.
Yes, yes, my daughter, absolutely right. First, I'd just like to make an announcement. For our NBC2 viewers, we are going live from 2 o'clock. Thank you, viewers, for joining us. We hope you enjoy the proceedings and the next amazing panel discussion. Most certainly, the host of the panel and the moderator will be our amazing and our articulate Ms. Grace Letseka. Round of applause. The panel itself will be talking about the core topic of today, protecting Namibia's heartbeat, the CNI, the critical national infrastructure. Our great and very powerful and very articulate moderator will be calling up panelists one by one, and I would like to hand over to her right now. Enjoy, good people, enjoy, good viewers. Welcome.
A handshake again. Thank you. I told you I'm going nowhere. Thank you so much for your attentiveness. We're moving over to the next segment, which is the financial sector resilience and payment infrastructure. I'll be introducing my panelists, very intellectual people in the room, and they will be sharing insights in terms of how to protect our financial stability, how to ensure customer trust, and how do we ensure national economic sovereignty. The first person that I'm about to introduce, she's a dear sister of mine, but I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritties. She was carefully selected because I knew she was going to do justice to this panel. And I know it's a great graveyard shift. Most of you are tired, but I definitely can assure you that after that segment, you'll be re-energized again. I would like to invite Sisfundi Rarani on the stage. If you may please give her a warm round of applause, please. The second person on my panel is going to be Mr. Thomas Namwandi. If you may please come forward to the stage. Warm round of an applause, please. And the third person is going to be Mr. Willem Stebbing. Warm round of an applause, please. And I'm going to do something called a revenge. There's this person that has been doing this to me. Whenever people are unable to come, he would just call me on stage to answer questions that I did not prepare. Dr. Nishal Kusial, my father, like daughter, like father. We want that knowledge, and I'll tell you why. We are talking about protecting the financial services sector. You understand that that's where the investments and salaries are. Huh? Some are still asking themselves, hey, Standard Bank happened, am I still safe and everything? So we really need these insights to get an understanding around everything. Are you all mic'd up? Do you all have mics? So I'm going to give my panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves, except Dr. Nishal, because I know you all know him. But in the interest of time, Sisfundi, may you kindly introduce yourself, please?
Hi, very quickly, my name is Fundi Khachani. I'm based in Cape Town. I work for ABSA in the GRC space. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thomas Namwandi, and I am a business information security officer for a large Dutch international bank. And yeah.
Thank you so much. That's it, yeah. Mr. Willem?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Willie Stebbing. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for Securicom, based in Cape Town.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, with the rise of digital transformation, we are seeing artificial intelligence, cloud computing, augmented realities, Internet of Things, quantum computing, 5G network, etc. But one thing that we are asking ourselves is, as our banks are busy adopting all these emerging technologies, what are the risks? 191 million additional individuals made or received digital payment between 2021 and 2024. There was an addition. But there is a projection of 1.6 billion additional internet users that will be making digital payments in future. Now with the cybercrime, including phishing, ransomware, and all the online fraud that is increasing every day, we've seen approximately 5.8 billion every year in terms of financial losses. And nearly 26 million devices last year were compromised by info stealers. So today, we do have a panelist that will tell us why is this happening and how we can best protect ourselves. So I thought I should just give prelude to why we thought this is important, and I'm gonna go back to my seat and try to sit down for once so that we can have a conversation. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, my panelist. Dr. Nish, thank you for availing yourself. I think the first question, in as much as we know that there are various cyber-related attacks that exist, the first question that will go to Ms. Fundi is what are the biggest cyber threats that are currently facing the national payment system today? And how do you think the financial institutions are prepared for this systemic cyber shocks?
Yeah, I'm actually happy I'm not a CISO because their job is so difficult. Whatever you implement today, that seems resilient. Tomorrow, an AI has come up with something to beat that. So AI has become a very, very big threat. And we are all rushing into it because of the efficiencies that it creates without really understanding the risks. So as far as AI is concerned, which I actually think is, in fact, it does not just affect the payment system. It comes through a whole lot of things, your third parties, your vulnerability management, like phishing, every single risk that we are managing. It has become harder to manage because of AI. So before we implement it, I think we actually need to make sure that we've got guardrails. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. And I'm so happy that you spoke about AI. I was in a meeting earlier and they were talking about AI fraud. And you know, people thought when AI came, it was actually here to address some of the cyber-related issues. But in actual fact, people are now utilizing AI to create certain malwares, etc. So it goes to Dr. Nishal. I know from the AI perspective, you are heading the Africa's first AI school within Regenesis. What other cyber risks keep banks executive awake at night?
My dear MC, my esteemed and knowledgeable panel members, thank you for the question. I think one of the things that we've already said is that there's a progressive nature with respect to exploits. And that's very important. I also hail from the digital forensics field where we have seen and we had to pronounce on certain exploits where the exploits themselves compelled us to redesign our approach to assessing vulnerability in itself. And that's saying a lot. Sounds like a generic statement, but what I am saying is that today's exploit is not going to be the same as tomorrow's vulnerability. That fluidity is a problem. We are now in a situation where we actually have to write up policies and anti-policies against not only people, but AI personas, AI agents, and AI systems. Keep in mind that the banking infrastructure will not just stop at individuals, natural people. It will also have connectivities and APIs and inter-system connected elements which come from interoperable technology, endpoints, as well as ERPs and other systems, business or individuals. I have an AI assistant. I'm not concerned about the payments for the month. Guess what? I'm not doing the payments anymore. So is it me which is facilitating? It's a new level of risk and exposure, as well as guardrails. As mentioned by my esteemed and knowledgeable panelist, which we have to consider. So the evolution of AI causes and should compel us to also move to an evolution and our expansion of consciousness on CySec, cybersecurity and digital forensics, keeping in mind that it moves past the human now into the technological realm and digital humans as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nish. And maybe to what you said, especially around the AI vulnerabilities, etc., I know that at some point our customers will be affected. How do we therefore ensure that our customers are actually protected? Because we have their monies, we have their policies, we have their insurance, etc. How do we therefore ensure that they are protected? And I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. You would have a customer that is in some rural area, you just open their account and you just leave them just like that. There is no education that we are providing to our customers as well, right? How do we ensure that they are actually educated and are actually protected from themselves, and also as financial institutions or sector, how do we ensure that they are, as our customers, protected? Maybe that is the first leg to the question. The second one is, with the recent cyber attack that happened, especially in Standard Bank, how do we ensure that the banks collaborate without exposing competitive data as well? That goes to you, Dr. Nish.
Beautiful. All right. With respect to the first question, in summary, in the sense of acknowledging that we have a multi-dimensional landscape of users. We have the users which are mature with respect to the consumption of our apps, our technology, our endpoints. We have that which also rural communities. I wouldn't consider it immature. I'd consider it alternative communities in the sense of understanding technology. So the best way, on the basis of us ensuring that we do educate our users at the endpoints, is not just to make the technology available, but to also ensure that there is a precursor to the deployment of the technology which enables, empowers, and demonstrates to our users what is the deliberate, best, and safest mechanisms of the usage of our technology. I know that many banks are genuinely trying that, but there's almost a compulsion on all of us as experts to make it compulsory rather than a demonstration of usage. And on that compulsory expectation, that's when the technology is released. Not only just stopping there, but regularly assessing any sort of exposure, ensuring that we use AI just not as a reactive base to look for exploits, but continually assess the personalized usage without any breaches in privacy, the personalized usage to ensure that that individual, that corporate, that institute is protected. And I'm going to stop there because this is a packed and a beautiful question, but a long answer as well. I think you hit the nail on the head, my esteemed MC, on the basis of education. Now it's just the deployment and the type of how we move forward to make it humanized, to make it consumable. That should be our focus. And if I may get the second question again.
The second question was just around how can the banks collaborate, right, without exposing competitive data. So we often talk about threat intelligence, you know, trying to collaborate and getting all the information together to know who is this common person that is busy attacking us? How do they, what is the attack vector, etc. How do we ensure that we come together to actually collate that threat intelligence without being competitive as well?
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a prime question that talks to our intention of shared information to enable a defense grid across all banks. It is one of the most important points that a much more deliberation should be based on, but as a surface view and as summary. The sharing of information has many sentimentalities. One of them is the feeling of exposure. We know what reputational damage comes from such exposure. We've seen it in many of our competitor banks and other international banks. So there is a reluctance on the basis of that disclosure. That disclosure should not be exposed to negative sentimentality. The presiding bodies and institutes and regulators which should collate that information should do it in a way that allows the obfuscation of the banks insofar as reputational exposure goes, and share it across the entire platform of banks. So we do have certain institutes. I know that South Africa, we have the SABRIC Institute. Perhaps looking at the mandates on the basis of that purpose is very important to us. We cannot talk about a united defense if we don't unite in sharing of information. Thank you.
We cannot talk
If
about...
I could add an example in that, it's very good. In South Africa, we do have indeed these parties where CISOs meet on a regular basis to actually discuss, because we are all trying to make sure that our clients are safe and that we can keep the businesses running, because if these banks fail, they actually impact the economy. So we have to really be over the notion that I can't share what I've got. We've got a bank in Ghana. The regulator in Ghana forced, maybe that's a strong word, asked or demanded that all the banks feed in their SIM data into one super SOC, where they are also able to check on an ongoing basis what are the threats, so that they can come up with their own ways of making sure that they proactively protect not just the banking institution, but the country as a whole. Thanks.
Very powerful. Thank you so much, Sis Pundi. I think we spoke about artificial intelligence, right? Predominantly being something that, maybe not something, but maybe a tool or an innovation that is actually perpetuating all these threats, etc. Mr. Thomas, I'd like to ask a question, right? And I think this question also ties back to the education that we spoke about with Dr. Nish. People would say whenever a particular financial services come with innovation, in as much as they will be advertising that innovation, that there's a digital platform to do this, there's a banking app or whatsoever, do they ever do what we call advertisements on how we protect ourselves? Or do they ever do roadshows like this, where they will demonstrate how we can go about protecting ourselves, especially from the education perspective? And I never had an answer to that. But then now the question to you is, how does innovation increase both opportunity and cyber risk?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think AI is a pretty pertinent topic, and I think Dr. Nashal on this particular event has delved quite deeply into it, but maybe on the angle of agentic AI, because within my institution, we're trying to explore the possibility of really leveraging hyper-personalization to really capture the market. But with this, you'd also then realize that it increases more vulnerabilities. But maybe for the opportunities, and maybe this is my business brain on, not the information security officer yet, you'd notice that that's what client wants. And we as security personnel want to enable business. So we have to go where the business is. And hyper-personalization offers people to, you walk by a house, maybe for argument's sake when you're looking for a home, and you get a ping on your app that tells you, hey, based on your qualifications or what you qualify for, you're able to purchase this house. This is actually what our clients want. On the back end of that, we have to think about, hey, how do we secure these type of systems? And what you notice is agentic AI, which enables people to, or agents to act on behalf of people. There's also a big opportunity in terms of people wanting to, small businesses wanting to use this to execute transactions. And we need to embed this in our payment infrastructure. What does that imply or mean on fraud? Because if an agent decides to act by itself or creates a sub-agent and then fraud happens, we as security personnel need to think about how do we protect against this. So it creates a lot of complexity, but also there's definitely opportunity. One thing I also want to, I'll piggyback of you a lot this event. It's about the integration between banking ecosystems. We have a regulation called FIDA. This is Financial Data Access. I think by 2028 we need to go live with this. And APIs need to plug into our systems to collect data, which is basically giving the client the data, the control of their own data. So you can map your different institutions, banks, and be able to create your own views on your budgets. And we need to integrate with a lot of third parties. And this creates more risk, but this is what actually the client wants. So when you look at the intersection of opportunities, we need to go for it from the business context, but we need to really spend time understanding the technicalities and trying to resolve these gaps.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate. And I think you touched on the regulation that is coming up, and also Sisfundi spoke about the regulation. Just a question, what regulatory balance is needed to protect consumers? What regulatory balance is needed to protect consumers without slowing innovation?
Yeah. I often hear the notion that America innovates, China duplicates, and Europe regulates. So I deal a lot with the ECB, European Regulatory Commission, and the Dutch regulators. And often I say that I love regulation. And you might wonder why, but because in the field I am, I simply am not able to secure my environment without it's not a carrot, it's more of a stick, but I need the stick to really empower teams and get them to move. So, and we need to understand the complexity with which regulators are dealing with. They're trying to ensure stability, consumer protection, but not really minimize or stifle innovation. And it's a really delicate and complex matter to deal with. So one thing I'll say is we're dealing with the DORA, Digital Operational Resilience Act, and it's a really complex technical act that even gives the C-suite personal liability. So what you then realize is it prompts people to really go into action, yeah? But not one size fits all. DORA is such a complex regulation for a large bank like ABN AMRO. It's quite easy to put together consultants, and we have large teams that can delve into the technicalities and implement this. But it's a blanket financial act. A large fintech is required to comply. But the resources to actually do this, it's quite impractical. So we say that one size doesn't fit all, and it needs to be proportionality that's considered. So I do think it's a balancing act, but they're not there to stifle innovation, but really empower security.
Thanks a lot. Dr. Nish?
I just wanted to reinforce all of the sentimentality and mention it is such a delicate balancing act, because we were looking at the antagonism between where we are at. We have new entities, fintech entities with aspirations. We have the sentimentality of open banking API. We have then, on the other hand, our regulations, FIDA and DORA, which have to be the balancing acts. And the exposure that comes from the implementation of such dramatic innovation sometimes is going to be unpalatable, but it is a balancing act. Otherwise, we do stifle innovation. So I just wanted to applaud and acknowledge what the panel members are saying. It is a balancing act, and a dangerous one.
Thank you so much. Indeed, a balancing act. I think we spoke about education, innovation, some of the cyber risks. So, Mr. Willem-Stebbing, I thought I should save the best for last. I think the question is just around some of the global practices that exist, especially for financial sector cyber resilience. What do you think exists? He spoke about DORA, but is there any other thing that exists that we can utilize and try to implement in order to implement certain controls that will protect not only us, but also our customers?
Thank you for the question. So I think from a global best practices point of view, there's not a single framework that will be purpose fit for cyber resilience in that sense. So you need to look at a combination of frameworks that you can incorporate in your operating model. DORA, obviously one of them, which has got a strong focus on effectively proven resilience rather than just a compliance-based one. You've got your frameworks like the ISO frameworks, that's got a couple of frameworks included there for around risk management, your information security management system that you need to have in place from a governance perspective. And then also frameworks like the NICSC frameworks, that is more the operational side of the cyber resilience side. But I think the key point that is coming across is, from a leadership perspective around cyber resilience, is that cyber resilience, in my words, the definition has changed over the last few months. It's no longer a technical operational resilience, it's a business and economical resilience, and that you need to take into consideration.
Thank you so much. It's an economic related resilience. And to that point, Mr. Stebbing, what lessons can be learned, especially from the major global financial cyber incidents?
I think lessons can be learned not only from global incidents but also from local. I think it's definitely important to focus on your local peers as well, the local environment and markets that you're in. Incidents are, especially if you look at the large incidents on global, it might not be that relevant to you in terms of your maturity stage or the stage in your journey that you've looked at as well. So it is important to look at that aspect as well. I think from the lessons is that attackers doesn't necessarily only attack vulnerabilities; they attack trusted systems and they attack the relationships within them. And talking to the ecosystem that we are operating in, it's at the end of the day, it's no longer just protecting that protecting a system, but it's protecting the ecosystem. And that's again where just looping back into the third-party oversight that is required for that as well.
100%. Thank you so much. Maybe in the interest of time, I'm just going to have one last question. And I think this question goes back to today's theme, which is protecting the national key asset. This question, anyone can take it, but it talks around what would a major payment system failure mean for national stability. Anyone to take that? Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. But the panelists can add in as well.
Okay. I'll answer maybe in short, and I'll ask support from my panelists. But I think banks and the digital ecosystem runs on two things. It runs on trust, it runs on data. The moment that trust is eroded, you'll really have a hard time to establish it. I'm familiar with people in Namibia that have been hacked and money's been lost, and they are reluctant to go back into the formal banking ecosystem. And I think if this disruption happened, we're going to move all the progress we've done to go digital. We might regress it and go back to the olden ways of doing things. So I think that might be one of the major impacts.
Thank you so much for the contributions, Mr. Thomas. Any additions?
I was actually thinking about the 2008 financial meltdown in America. And maybe even tying back to the question on what we learned from our international counterparts. Regulating and innovating is really a balancing act, a very delicate one at that. America decided to go on the extreme side because they thought we're stifling business. Let's introduce lesser regulations. Luckily, Tito Mboweni did not buy to that. He actually had lots of enemies in the banking sector in South Africa because they thought he was being stringent, he was not allowing them to do international business. And guess what, 2008 happened. It was for the first time safer to work for a bank in South Africa than to work for a bank globally. And it affected the economy, so it can't be that bad. It's easy to look at it as just what happens if a payment system is down, but it depends on who attacked you, how big the attack is, how resilient are you, how soon can you come back? Because imagine a major bank that is too big to fail, not being able to transact for a long enough time, it immediately affects the economy.
100% fully agree. They usually say the financial services sector is very imperative and very systemic to the economy. That is why we have what we call orderly closure of markets. In an event where there is a cyber attack, there is an orderly closure of markets to be executed by various financial services sector. Thank you so much for the insights, my panelists. And I did promise them that this is the most intellectual panelist you can ever have. I truly appreciate your attentiveness as well. Thank you so much. A warm round of an applause, if not a standing ovation from me. Thank you so much. Thanks. As you take over, MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our amazing panel. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, thank you for that. Thanks for the patience. It brings us to one of the most pivotal points of our summit. I'd like to pronounce lunch. Good people, just to make sure, lunch will be at the exhibition hall. It is currently until 3:30. I'd like to say that again, good people. Lunch will be served at the exhibition hall. Thank you, my co-host. We will reconvene back here at 3:30 in order to finalize our rounds and the last presentations before closure. See you all back here at 3:30. Thank you, good ladies and gentlemen. We will convene soon.
Africa's digital future, innovation, resilience, and sovereignty. The conference brings together experts from the digital space who will dissect social engineering tactics and defenses, as well as artificial intelligence, to mention a few. Follow NBC on all its platforms as we bring you this exciting event in the capital, Windhoek. NBC, it's ours.